Chapter 459. At 9 o'clock at night. The starry sky of Eastern Europe was getting lonelier. The cold moon dyed the night with a layer of pale white. On the quiet top of the mountain, Lin Fonting smoked and looked at the direction of the base of the Jiang family of South America against the wind. Gong Sunqi stood on the other side with a frown, thinking about the new era that Qin Weibai mentioned, and the position of Zhongzhou state in the so-called new era. Without flaming fire by her side, Qin Weibai carried a delicate backpack in her hand. She opened the backpack and took out a thermos flask. She took a sip of warm water and remained silent. Standpoint had always been a very complicated thing. Only with people would there be a standpoint, and with a standpoint, there would be politics, and with politics, there would be benefits. Benefits were placed in the most central position, and everyone around benefits had different directions. However, there was more than just profit in the world. In the future, the present and the past. The world was like the shape of a pyramid. It was quiet, and the higher it was, the quieter it was. There were fewer places, and there were fewer people. The small number of people at the very top were enemies and entangled with each other. In the end, it all turned into grudges. The entanglement of gratitude and grudges had resulted in the current complicated and treacherous world. Lin Fonting thought about the future of the Lin clan, and the past of the Wang family of Beihai. If the chaos in Eastern Europe was destined to be the starting point for the Lin clan, and the Wang family of Beihai to part ways, then Qin Weibai's participation was bound to bring great changes to the future of the Lin clan that could not be concealed. With Qin Weibai, the Lin clan was destined to get closer to the Li family and Li Tianlan than ever before. In Qin Weibai's new era, Li Tianlan and the Li family were the focus of dispute. How could the Lin clan hide from the world then? What about the friendship with the Wang family of Beihai for hundreds of years? These were all questions that Lin Fonting needed to consider. Gong Sunqi's thoughts were equally complicated. If there was really a new era after the chaos in Eastern Europe, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Li Tianlan, but the interests of Zhongzhou state would certainly be damaged to varying degrees. Gong Sunqi was the leader of the Terracotta Army and a neutral force in Zhongzhou state. However, he could only remain neutral when his surname was Gongsun. If he changed his surname, how could he remain neutral? Zhongzhou state was a country. It was once home. Now it was Li Tianlan. He was in the middle. Qin Weibai's third uncle connected everything together. Family, country, and individual. Gong Sunqi stood in the center, and also had to consider what to do. The mountain wind became more and more piercingly cold. As it blew past the mountain peak, a shrill whistling sound could be heard. Gong Sunqi took a deep breath and glanced at Qin Weibai. The word third uncle came out of her mouth. What kind of glory was that? How heavy was that? Qin Weibai did not notice Gong Sunqi's gaze. Lin Fonting was thinking about the friendship between the Lin clan and the Wang family of Beihai. Gong Sunqi was thinking about his country. Qin Weibai just thought about Li Tianlan quietly. The wind blew her long hair and the scarf around her neck. Her natural and rich body fragrance filled the entire lightning city along with the wind. Qin Weibai's eyes were a little blurred, a little joyful, and a little happy. At this moment, all the dangers, conspiracies, deceptions, and bloodshed seemed to be far away from her. It had been the 13th day since he left Lin, and for Eastern Europe, a day felt like a year. She really missed him. She wanted to be with him. She wanted to be with him. The mountain wind was chilly. The corners of her eyes and brows were filled with affection and gentleness as she held the thermos flask in her hand. So warm. The sound of a text message notification rang out. Qin Weibai took out her mobile phone and looked at it. The mobile phone wallpaper that she had used for 3 years was still the photo of her and Li Tianlan snuggling up in the dormitory of the Sky Academy. A simple text message blocked her face. His Highness Li Tianlan has arrived at the office of the president. The overall situation is settled. Qin Weibai looked at the text message in her hand quietly. The tenderness and lovesickness in her eyes gradually faded, becoming calm, clear, and indifferent. In an instant, her entire temperament underwent a drastic change. Gong Sunqi and Lin Fonting turned around at the same time. Qin Weibai stood up. Tianlan has succeeded. Qin Weibai looked at Lin Fonting and Gong Sunqi. Her voice was very soft, but an unimaginably strong aura suddenly diffused from her. Confident, calm, cold and proud. High and mighty. Lin Fengting and Gong Sunqi involuntarily shifted their eyes. The night was still dark. But Qin Weibai, standing in the night, seemed to suddenly become extremely dazzling. Lin Fengting laughed at himself. Maybe he didn't want to admit it. But in this world, some people, no matter where they came from, were indeed born to be high and overlook everything. For example, Qin Weibai. Similarly, some people were born to climb and struggle in the dark abyss. For example, Li Tianlan. She and he were close to each other. They were up and down, front and back. It was like heaven and earth were slowly merging. When they really faced each other, a new world would inevitably be born. And a new era. What's next? Lin Fengting asked. Next, it's our business. Qin Weibai said softly. Those who are guilty should be tried. The voice of this sentence was also very soft. But when he heard this sentence, Gong Sunqi clearly felt the coldness of the surrounding air, as if the whole surrounding mountain area had become extremely gloomy. In one day, 3 invincible realm experts died. Next, it was Qin Weibai's trial of the entire dark world. Isn't it a little too hasty? Lin Fengting and Gong Sunqi asked at the same time. As soon as the words came out, the two of them finally looked at each other for the first time tonight. Why is it hasty? Qin Weibai glanced at the two of them. Gong Sunqi was silent. But Lin Fengting, who knew Qin Weibai, suddenly felt an extremely heavy pressure. Perhaps except for himself, including the members of the major branches of the Lin clan, no one knew why he made Qin Weibai the acting patriarch of the Lin clan. It was not because he wanted to use the Lin clan to help Qin Weibai, at least not entirely. At least in Lin Fengting's heart, he made Qin Weibai the patriarch of the Lin clan because he wanted Qin Weibai to help the Lin clan. As for the reason? Because some people were born to be superior. I can't grasp Tianzong's state now. Lin Fengting told the truth. Lin Fengting still had no clear image information about what happened in front of the Rekvia castle. Some written information could not help him judge Wang Tianzong's current state. When martial arts reached the level of him and Wang Tianzong, a slight mistake in judgment might lead to a completely different ending. What's more, Wang Tianzong had broken through again. Lin Fengting was no longer his opponent. At this time, his judgment could not be wrong. He couldn't grasp Wang Tianzong's state now. He believed that Qin Weibai couldn't grasp it either. Wang Tianzong's breakthrough was an accident for each of them. It was the biggest accident. At least for now. It seems that no one in the dark world can grasp Wang Tianzong's state. Qin Weibai said quietly, since we can't grasp it, we might as well imagine him as the strongest. He is the strongest now. Lin Fengting raised his eyebrows. Qin Weibai nodded and said, yes, he is indeed the strongest in the dark world, but not in martial arts. Now Wang Tianzong was indeed invincible in the world. But above the half-step chosen one, there was indeed a real chosen one. Perhaps such a chosen one did not exist now. But the meaning of the word chosen one in martial arts did exist. Wang Tianzong was not the strongest in martial arts. But Qin Weibai was willing to imagine him as the strongest. It was not just to increase the pressure on them. Lin Fengting's eyes flickered, and his voice became dignified involuntarily. His voice was very slow, which seemed to make the night sky tremble slightly. Do you mean that Tianzong will take the last step in Eastern Europe? Qin Weibai was silent for a long time. Wang Tianzong was now a half-step chosen one. The last step was naturally the real chosen one. A chosen one who could overturn the entire dark world alone. Lin Fengting stared at Qin Weibai closely, waiting for her answer. After a long time, Qin Weibai nodded and said, he will. Lin Fengting's body shook, and he said in a hoarse voice, your speculation? It's more than speculation. Qin Weibai shook her head. Lin Fengting suddenly didn't know what to feel. Qin Weibai's answer was more than speculation. It was basically infinitely close to the truth. Wang Tianzong. Would he make a complete breakthrough in the chaos in Eastern Europe? He was in his 50s this year. It was already a miracle for him to break through from the peak of the invincible realm to a half-step chosen one. Would he break through again? Lin Fengting was in a trance. When he recalled Wang Tianzong's face again, he actually felt a little absent-minded. At this moment, he finally remembered when they were young. Summer Solstice, who was extremely talented and was considered by Senior Li, Senior Wang, and Senior Lin to be the chosen one. She was the first of the four to break through the invincible realm, and her talent was the first. But in the end, she destroyed her foundation as the chosen one for the Wang family of Beihai. Li Guangtu, who was extremely paranoid and never retreated, also had the potential to reach the peak of swordsmanship. But in the end he lost his blood in a case of treason. He was lazy and ignorant. He followed his heart and cultivated his mind all the way to the peak of the invincible realm. What about Wang Tianzong? Lin Fengting suddenly found that at this moment, he couldn't remember what Wang Tianzong looked like when he was young. Among the four of them, Wang Tianzong was the eldest. But at that time, Wang Tianzong didn't have the so-called king's temperament, and his talent was not the most outstanding. Among the four of them, he broke through the invincible realm the latest. He was the eldest just because he was the oldest. In Lin Fengting's impression, Wang Tianzong seemed to have always been silent. In the past, when they gathered together, he always quietly watched them play, quietly cultivate, quietly fall in love, and quietly break through. Everything was silent. It wasn't that he could keep a low profile. It was that among the four of them, Wang Tianzong seemed to be the least noticeable one. Summer Solstice, Li Guangtu, Lin Fengting, and Wang Tianzong. These were the four people in the past. The four people standing together were enough to sweep the world. Now looking back, the most talented one destroyed his foundation. The most serious and paranoid one became a sinner. The idle and casual one was still idle and casual. But Wang Tianzong, who had been silent, became the sword emperor of Zhongzhou state and the first on the divine list. Now he even began to take steps toward the chosen one. The past years were like a long river, constantly recalling in Lin Fengting's ears, setting off huge waves. Lin Fengting didn't feel jealous. He had gradually forgotten what Wang Tianzong looked like when he was young. But in retrospect, everything about Wang Tianzong now seemed to be what he deserved. The chosen one. Lin Fengting murmured to himself. How elegant was the chosen one who overturned the entire dark world. Lin Fengting knew that he was invincible. But this chosen one, who should have been invincible, was not really invincible now. At least in the Samsara Palace, there was a sword stroke of the chosen one in his peak state. Was it the extremely sharp and unparalleled reality and illusion? Or was it the light and darkness that alternated between day and night? It turns out that in the end, this game in Eastern Europe is the battlefield between the Samsara Palace and the Wang family of Beihai. Lin Fengting smiled in a complicated tone. The battlefield is everyone's battlefield. Qin Weibai whispered. No matter how strong Wang Tianzong is, he has to face the sword stroke of the Samsara Palace. And in such a huge battlefield, everyone will have their own position. Naturally, you also have your position. So I didn't ask you to go to Reki City. If possible, I don't even want you to take action until the final battle. Lin Fengting narrowed his eyes. Vaguely, he seemed to understand what Qin Weibai meant. You want me to build up strength for myself? In the chaotic general trend, he didn't take action. There was no doubt that he wanted to keep himself in the peak state and build up strength for the peak sword stroke. But the chosen one was the chosen one. No matter how strong he was only at the peak of the invincible realm. You can understand it that way. Qin Weibai said, strictly speaking, before the final battle, I want to ask you to hide a sword stroke. Chapter 460. The night was still dark, but the atmosphere on the top of the mountain was getting more and more solemn. The chosen one. This was a word that could suppress the entire dark world and make it hard for them to breathe. When this word was combined with the Wang family of Beihai with a long history, it was a complete nightmare, enough to make everyone tremble from the soul. Lin Fengting glanced at Qin Weibai again. Qin Weibai stood there quietly, her eyes calm, but a very affirmative light was overflowing from her eyes, making her look very determined. Lin Fengting nodded silently. He stood beside Qin Weibai now so he would believe her. Qin Weibai said that Wang Tianzong would break through. Then he would definitely break through. Therefore, the Wang family of Beihai with the chosen one would be very terrible. And the chosen one with the support of the Wang family of Beihai would be even more terrible. It's incredible. Lin Fengting sighed softly, looked at Qin Weibai, and suddenly said with a chuckle, "You don't seem to be worried?" "I don't accept it," Qin Weibai said softly. Lin Fengting was slightly stunned, and then he understood what Qin Weibai meant. Qin Weibai was not worried. She only refused to accept it. "It's useless to worry. I can't stop Wang Tianzong. If I deal with him now, other aspects will be out of control. Wang Tianzong is very strong, but he is not the overall situation. In the overall situation, everyone is the overall situation. The only thing I can do is to drag Wang Tianzong to the end. Before that, I need to clean up some other variables first. So I want to ask you to hide a sword." Qin Weibai further explained. "What about me?" Gong Sunqi suddenly asked. "Boss Qin, you called me here tonight, not just to let me talk with Jiang Qiansong, right?" "Of course." Qin Weibai nodded. "But I don't need you to do anything here. If possible, I hope that the Terracotta Army can support Tianlan at some critical moments in the next few days." Gong Sunqi narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Weibai. Qin Weibai looked at him calmly. "The Terracotta Army must be neutral." Gong Sunqi said expressionlessly, "This is the principle. The Terracotta Army is indeed a neutral force. But third uncle is not." Qin Weibai emphasized this extremely secretive title. Gong Sunqi was about to speak, but he suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Weibai thoughtfully. He smiled, and his eyes were playful. "I'm your third uncle?" Qin Weibai's face was cold. She said calmly, "Aren't you?" "I have a question," Gong Sunqi said. "If you can give me an answer, I can agree to your request." "Ask," Qin Weibai said. Gong Sunqi was silent for a while. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "It is said that the intelligence system of the Samsara Palace is unparalleled in the world. Does the Samsara Palace know who cut off my path to the invincible realm?" Gong Sunqi was the strongest expert of the invincible realm in the dark world. He was also the strongest superior of the half-step invincible realm. In his current state, he couldn't be regarded as not having broken through to the invincible realm, nor could he be regarded as a complete invincible realm expert. In some ways, he should be regarded as an invincible realm expert whose foundation had been damaged. In this state, Gong Sunqi was extremely terrifying. Even the real invincible realm experts at the bottom of the holy list were no match for him. But his biggest weakness was that his foundation had been damaged. His strength was still there, but his physical strength and explosive power were always a little weaker than those of the real invincible realm experts. He was plotted against at the critical moment of his breakthrough. That kind of vicious attack completely destroyed all his hopes, making it impossible for him to enter the invincible realm in this life. This was a blood feud for Gong Sunqi. The whole Zhongzhou state was also furious. It was just that some things had been investigated for many years, but there was no clue. But the Samsara Palace was different. Their intelligence ability had almost been recognized by the whole dark world. Qin Weibai could even find out his identity. Gong Sunqi believed that as long as the Samsara Palace investigated this matter, they would definitely find some clues. "I investigated this matter," Qin Weibai suddenly said. "Whether you believe it or not, the Samsara Palace also spent a lot of resources to investigate this matter. But," Gong Sunqi raised his eyebrows, but his heart sank. "I'm not sure," Qin Weibai suddenly said. Her voice suddenly paused. Not only her voice, but Qin Weibai's whole body stiffened for a moment. She seemed to think of something, and her eyes fluctuated violently for a moment. Then she slowly shook her head as if she felt that it was impossible. Countless pieces of information were constantly gathered in her mind, sorted out, analyzed, filtered, and gathered again. In an instant, Qin Weibai's mind seemed to be stirred up by a storm. She frowned slightly, and her whole person looked with a kind of almost frozen indifference and seriousness. She suddenly glanced at Gong Sunqi and did not speak. "Do you have any clues?" Gong Sunqi suddenly took a step forward and asked excitedly. "I'm not sure." Qin Weibai shook her head slowly and repeated her answer again. "What on earth do you think of?" Gong Sunqi looked at Qin Weibai seriously. "I'm just wondering if a certain rat has been hiding in the dark has something to do with your matter." Qin Weibai said calmly, "Uncle, how can this matter be so easy to investigate?" I can only give you a direction at most. If you really want to find the mastermind, you have to pay more attention to this person, but you can't touch him. Who? Gong Sun-chi raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Your colleague. Qin Weibai was calm and composed. Colleague. Gong Sun-chi murmured to himself, and then asked in a tone that even he didn't believe. It's another one. Qin Weibai said. Gong Sun-chi had 3 colleagues. One was General Yi of Ninth Heaven, codenamed Vermilion Bird. One was General Shang of Nine Serenities, codenamed White Tiger. One was Lieutenant General Li Wangxing of 9 Regions, codenamed Black Tortoise. However, Black Tortoise had just joined the Terracotta Army in recent years. He was more like a junior than a colleague in front of the 3 seniors. Qin Weibai was not talking about Yi, but another one. Shang? Gong Sun-chi asked, and his voice suddenly became much heavier. Qin Weibai was silent. Gong Sun-chi didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he took a deep look at Qin Weibai and said, Thank you. I hope you won't forget what you promised me, uncle. Qin Weibai's tone was quiet and soft, like a real junior. I will try my best, but I can't guarantee anything. The chosen one battlefield. Gong Sun-chi laughed at himself. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, Lin Fengting needed to hide a sword. Even if his sword couldn't reverse everything, it was bound to be one of the most important swords in the entire chaos. But Gong Sun-chi himself, if he could break through smoothly in the past, he should be qualified to hide a sword now. But now, with the reputation of being the strongest expert in the half-step invincible realm, in the chosen one battlefield, he didn't even have the qualification to guarantee anything, let alone hide a sword. In fact, you two don't have to worry too much. Qin Weibai said. Wang Tianzong's breakthrough is destined, but he doesn't have enough luck. Even if he breaks through, there is nothing to be afraid of. Not enough luck? Gong Sun-chi asked in an interrogative tone. Lin Fengting also felt that this sentence was a little ridiculous. Wang Tianzong controlled the Wang family of Beihai. If his luck was not enough, didn't it mean that the Wang family of Beihai's luck was not enough? In the hundreds of years of the Dark World, the Wang family of Beihai's luck was like a dragon, and its momentum was like the sun at noon. Who dared to say that the Wang family of Beihai's luck was not enough? I remember Master Xianxuanzi said that in the past 500 years, the luck of the Wang family of Beihai was the most prosperous at this time. Gong Sun-chi said slowly. If it weren't for this, Tianzong probably wouldn't have been able to take that step. Lin Fengting agreed with this statement. But Qin Weibai disagreed. Xianxuanzi? She chuckled. The smile was not contemptuous, but it was indescribably arrogant, with a kind of naked disdain. You don't believe in metaphysics or fate? Gong Sun-chi asked. I do. Qin Weibai said softly. There was a faint but genuine reverence in her voice. Perhaps in the dark world, only Flaming Fire, who was closest to her, knew that Qin Weibai, who was raised by a monk, was a very devout believer of the new stream and also believed in God. She had faith. She just didn't believe in people. I believe that fate and metaphysics have their reasons, but can the so-called metaphysics grandmasters really be trusted? Qin Weibai asked. Gong Sun-chi frowned. Many of the things the master said have actually been proved. Qin Weibai said, Then I'll say a few things. In 10 years at most, uncle, you will die in Zhongzhou State and become a stepping stone for Tianlan to break through to the invincible realm. In 10 years at most, uncle, you will die in Beihai and become a stepping stone for Wang Shengxiao to break through to the invincible realm. In 10 years at most, uncle, you will die in Kunlun and become a stepping stone for Gu Hanshan to break through to the invincible realm. Gong Sun-chi was speechless. If it weren't for Qin Weibai, a beautiful woman, in front of him, he really wanted to scold her. What is this? He asked in a deep voice. This is metaphysics, and it can also be said to be prophecy. Qin Weibai said blandly. Even if it's not in the intelligence of Zhongzhou State, don't you have channels to know it? I'm the adopted daughter of Great Master Wu Wei. His cultivation is higher than Xianxuanzi's, right? What I said before are all prophecies. I can give you whichever result you want. The 3 prophecies were all about falling and death. The locations were Beihai and Kunlun in Zhongzhou State. Gong Sun-chi suddenly felt that he was choosing a cemetery for himself. Zhongzhou State was too big, and the location was uncertain. Kunlun was too cold, and it was a world of ice and snow. It was boring. The scenery of Beihai was good, and the landscape was picturesque. But what the hell does it have to do with me? Gong Sun-chi glanced at Qin Weibai, coughed dryly, and asked hesitantly, "Well, can I live?" He believed it. Lin Fengting held back his laughter and turned his head. He didn't want to see the low IQ of the dignified Azure Dragon of Zhongzhou State. There was also a smile in Qin Weibai's eyes. "I don't believe you," Gong Sun-chi said in a deep voice. "I believe in Great Master Wu Wei." "Don't you understand?" Qin Weibai said softly. "Metaphysics and fate do have their own truth. A real metaphysics grandmaster can indeed see some things, even predict some things, resolve some tribulations in fate, and change one's destiny. But what kind of cultivation do you think can predict a person's future completely and accurately? She even knew when he would achieve something in the future? Is such a person still a metaphysics grandmaster? Such an ability is comparable to that of ghosts and gods. The Lin clan also has its own metaphysics grandmaster. For many years, he has predicted the future of the Lin clan and condensed fate. Mr. Lin, when did the metaphysics grandmaster of the Lin clan accurately predict something for someone in the Lin clan, and realize it? Lin Fengting coughed awkwardly. "A few times, but those are special circumstances." He suddenly froze as if he understood something. Qin Weibai also laughed. Special circumstances. These 4 words are the key to all the accurate predictions of the metaphysics grandmaster. What do you want to say? Gong Sun-chi took a deep breath and said slowly. What she wants to say is that metaphysics is magical, but 2 accurate predictions often represent a certain position. Lin Fengting thought of the past predictions of Lin Su of the Lin clan and sighed. Gong Sun-chi still didn't understand. Qin Weibai simply made it clearer. "Uncle, do you know what Great Master Wu Wei's greatest achievement was?" Great Master Wu Wei had instructed many people in his life, and they were all extremely accurate. But his greatest achievement, Sai City. Gong Sun-chi said. Many years ago, it was Great Master Wu Wei who persuaded Situ Tsangyue to go to Mount Taibai in Zhongzhou State. So Situ Tsangyue got rid of the influence of the Li family's treason case and finally established Sai City. But in fact, Great Master Wu Wei could only be sure that there were opportunities in the north, but he couldn't be sure what the north meant to Situ Tsangyue. Qin Weibai said, "I'm sure that you will die because people will die, but I'm not sure how you will die in the end. So it needs external forces. Today, I prophesied that you would die in the North Sea. I can't do that, but I need to borrow the help of external forces to push some things forward and finally make you die in the North Sea. This way, my prophecy will be a success." Metaphysics grandmasters do exist. However, a superpower that can push everything together with a metaphysics grandmaster is a metaphysics grandmaster that can accurately predict the future. Don't you understand? My foster father is respected as a god because the Li family helped him push a lot of things behind the scenes, which eventually led to some results. Xian Xuanzi is called a grandmaster, and there are also forces behind him pushing some results. That's the true face of metaphysics. He said that the Wang family of Beihai has the most luck now, so there will be a lot of tricks behind it. I'm not interested in knowing these. The only thing I know is that Wang Tianzong has enough luck now. Even if the Wang family of Beihai has the most luck, that luck may not belong to Wang Tianzong. Lin Fengting was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at the night sky in the distance. The night sky was silent. Qin Weibai turned her head and looked back. In just a few seconds, Gong Sun-chi had been keenly aware of the changes in the wind around him. All the wind came from the front, and the space was shaking slightly. It seemed that something was moving fast in the night. Lin Fengting took a step forward calmly. A sword intent emanated from his body and kept circling with the wind. Vaguely, a figure seemed to appear in the distance in the sight of the 3. The figure was extremely fast and rushed over without stopping. A light flashed in Qin Weibai's eyes. At this moment, she could see Jiang Qiansong. But standing in Lin Fengting's sword intent, even if Jiang Qiansong was an expert on the divine list, he could not see them in a panic. Jiang Qiansong's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. He rushed forward. He went straight to the mountainside. Finally, he rushed to the top of the mountain. There was nothing in his sight, so he walked into Lin Fengting's sword and tent in a daze. A piercingly cold wind suddenly howled and blew. Under the night sky, a thick tornado with a height of hundreds of meters suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. Jiang Qiansong's figure suddenly froze in place. Lin Fengting, Gong Sunqi, and Qin Weibai stood around him. The majestic sword energy kept whistling around the four of them. Mr. Jiang. Lin Fengting laughed. What a coincidence. Jiang Qiansong's face was pale, and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant, as if falling into the abyss. At this moment he remembered what his follower had said, but it was too late to regret it. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence, is it? Jiang Qiansong took a deep breath and sneered. Indeed not. Qin Weibai said, We're waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Jiang Qiansong's tone became colder. What are you waiting for? Are you going to invite me to tea? I'm here to give you two choices. Qin Weibai looked at Jiang Qiansong and said calmly, Do you choose to surrender or die? Chapter 461. No one was willing to surrender, and no one would be willing to die. This was especially true for the big shots in high positions. So these two choices were not choices. For Jiang Qiansong, who had stepped into Lin Fengting's sword intent, this was no longer a matter of choice. He had no choice at all. As the patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, it was unacceptable to lose his freedom or his life. Jiang Qiansong's face changed. When he met the follower, he had already vaguely noticed that something was wrong. However, the largest underground base of the Jiang family of South America in Eastern Europe was extremely hidden, and all of it was built by loyal and reliable men of sacrifice. When the Polar Ground Alliance was strong and the Jiang family of South America and Rekvia cooperated happily, the important figures of the Jiang family of South America hardly came here a few times. It could be said that there was no clue at all. Jiang Qiansong was confident that the follower did not know the specific location here. He was confident that no one could know here. He was full of confidence, but he stepped into an extremely deadly trap and encirclement on the way he had to pass. Jiang Qiansong's heart was suddenly in a mess, and he vaguely felt that even the cold wind blowing at night was extremely bitter. The Jiang family of South America was not going well today. All kinds of setbacks could even be said to be the day with the heaviest losses in recent decades. What was even more depressing was that Jiang Qiansong still did not know what was going on. How did you know here? Jiang Qiansong asked with a gloomy face. Now in retrospect, the follower seemed to have advised him not to come here. What did this mean? It meant that not only the follower knew this place, but the other party even knew that Qin Weibai and the others would also appear here. But at that time, his words were interrupted by the master of Samsara Palace. And even if he finished, Jiang Qiansong could not believe it with his mentality at that time. Jiang Qiansong silently observed the three people around him. He took a look at Lin Fengting and gave up all his thoughts. Once such an expert at the peak of the invincible realm used his sword with all his strength, the sword energy would be like the vast sea. Jiang Qiansong was famous for his defense, but it was not absolute. At least with his power, he could not afford to provoke such an expert, let alone break through. Gong Sunqi, this general of Zhongzhou state, who was known as the strongest invincible realm combat capability, was also difficult to deal with. Jiang Qiansong could not kill Gong Sunqi in an instant. If he wanted to break through and escape, he would almost fail if he could not kill Gong Sunqi in an instant. Jiang Qiansong glanced at Qin Weibai out of the corner of his eye. Qin Weibai stood there quietly, elegant and cold, seemingly defenseless. Jiang Qiansong's eyes suddenly became twisted and filled with hatred. It's you, right? You know this place? The Lin clan did not enter the secular world. Although the major branches were domineering, they were not unreasonable. There was no irreconcilable grievance between the Jiang family of South America and the Lin clan. It was just normal friction. He did not believe that the Lin clan would investigate the major bases of the Jiang family of South America so carefully. As for the Jiang family of South America and Zhongzhou state, it could be said that there were constant conflicts. If Gong Sunqi could find this place, This base would not have survived until today. It would have been wiped out by the Arctic Ocean Command. Only the Samsara Palace. Moreover, the intelligence system of Samsara Palace was unparalleled in the world. Sometimes, it seemed that their intelligence system was like a dark hand that quietly reached into the superpowers to obtain intelligence, stir up the situation, and even had the intention of turning the world upside down. Among the three people in front, Qin Weibai was the one who was most likely to find this place. Is that important? Qin Weibai asked in a flat tone. She stood within Lin Fengting's sword intent, less than 10 meters away from Jiang Qiansong, but Jiang Qiansong did not dare to make a move. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had become extremely sincere. We can talk, he said seriously. Qin Weibai lowered her head and thought. When she was silent, Lin Fengting and Gong Sunqi were also silent, with no intention of speaking at all. Jiang Qiansong's heart kept sinking. The three people who blocked him tonight had their own backgrounds. They represented Samsara Palace, the Lin clan and Zhongzhou state. It seemed that the woman in front of him was the leader of the three. Jiang Qiansong pursed his lips. Samsara Palace and the Jiang family of South America had been fighting in every corner of the dark world for the past 3 years. As the patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, supported by the strong foundation of the Jiang family of South America, he was still at a disadvantage in the battle with Samsara Palace, which had almost no foundation. Jiang Qiansong naturally understood how difficult it was to deal with the young but perfect woman in front of him. But now that he was forced to this point, he really had no room to resist. There are still 2 choices. Qin Weibai finally said. Are you buying your life? Or buying your freedom? I want both, Jiang Qiansong said in a deep voice. His words were very domineering. Qin Weibai chuckled and said calmly, You can't afford it. Jiang Qiansong did not speak, but his eyes were extremely determined. Qin Weibai smiled and offered her price. A human head. As long as Jiang Guochu's head is here, freedom and life are all yours. Bitch, what did you say? Jiang Qiansong suddenly roared. He really did not expect that the so-called price Qin Weibai offered would be so outrageous. Jiang Guochu, the only heir of the Jiang family of South America, Jiang Qiansong's biological son. Jiang Guochu, who was only in his early 30s this year, could be said to be the most qualified genius of the Jiang family of South America in the past 200 years. Now his combat capability of the invincible realm could fully prove his talent. More importantly, Jiang Guochu had already found his way to the invincible realm. In other words, now as long as he wanted to do it, he could break through the invincible realm at any time. No one doubted his qualification and potential. Everyone in the Jiang family of South America believed that Jiang Guochu could become an expert at the peak of the invincible realm at the age of 40, or at least infinitely close to this realm. What did this mean? Jiang Qiansong himself was not at the peak of the invincible realm, and he could not even get close to it. This was the future hope of the Jiang family of South America. Qin Weibai wanted his head, which was equivalent to destroying the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Qiansong stared at Qin Weibai, and the killing intent was surging all over his body, like a beast that would pounce on her at any time. Qin Weibai looked at Jiang Qiansong's eyes calmly. What the hell do you want? Jiang Qiansong gritted his teeth and asked word by word. To be exact, what do the 3 of us want? Qin Weibai said. Jiang Qiansong sneered. In extreme anger, his body trembled a little, but such a lineup really made him unable to resist. He glanced around and finally said coldly, Name your price. The Lin clan doesn't need it. Lin Fengting said blandly. Jiang Qiansong was stunned and did not speak. I will talk to Mr. Jiang on behalf of Zhongzhou State. I will say in advance that there are many things. If you agree, Zhongzhou State will spare your life tonight. Gong Sunqi said. He used the word spare. Jiang Qiansong's facial muscles twitched fiercely, and he looked at Qin Weibai. The Samsara Palace needs a batch of equipment and weapons. I will give you a list. The list can be reduced, but the Jiang family of South America must give the Samsara Palace some cloud silk and lingjin. Qin Weibai's tone was as cold as a knife. The blade was bright and sharp. At this moment, Jiang Qiansong really felt that a piece of his flesh had been cut off, and blood was dripping. Not to mention the number of armaments that Qin Weibai wanted. The cloud silk and Lingjin were the treasures of the Jiang family of South America. The cloud silk was the clothes that Li Tianlan and Gong Sunqi wore. Its defense was extremely strong. Only a woman like Qin Weibai, who wanted to give everything to Li Tianlan, and a superpower like Zhongzhou State, were willing to make a whole set of cloud silk clothes. Jiang Qiansong, who claimed to have the best defense in the world, only had a cloud silk undershirt. The cloud silk preserved by the Jiang family of South America could barely make a piece of clothes for Jiang Guochu, who claimed to be the future of the Jiang family of South America. If all these were given to Qin Weibai, the Jiang family of South America would lose a trump card. As for Lingjin, Jiang Qiansong's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to see through Qin Weibai completely. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Qiansong looked at Qin Weibai and asked, Lingjin, you don't know? Qin Weibai asked. Jiang Qiansong just opened his mouth. You don't know, but Jiang Guochu will know. If I kill you and exchange your body for Lingjin, do you think your son will exchange it? It didn't matter whether he exchanged it or not. What mattered was that Qin Weibai was a powerful threat, who betrayed the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Qiansong suddenly calmed down. I can give you Lingjin if you want, but I must know the name of the traitor. In essence, Lingjin murderous weapons and cloud silk were all space meteorites. The murderous weapons used to be life metal. After being transformed, they became murderous weapons that shocked the dark world. After being transformed, cloud silk became a defensive treasure. As for the nature of Lingjin, it was more complicated, and the energy it contained was more mysterious. After the Jiang family of South America got Lingjin, they had been secretly studying it and adding countless substances. Now Lingjin could almost be said to be a new substance. As for the use of Lingjin, there were also a lot of theoretical speculations. This matter was really top secret in the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Qiansong must know who revealed this news to Qin Weibai. A traitor of this level was not much less important than Lingjin. Qin Weibai thought for a moment and said slowly, Okay, I'll tell you the clues when I get it. Jiang Qiansong took a deep look at her. At least this sentence had proved a lot of things. Qin Weibai could give him clues. This meant that South America, there was really a traitor in the Jiang family. In fact, it was enough to know this. I need to make a phone call. Jiang Qiansong said with a poker face. Whatever. Qin Weibai said. Jiang Qiansong took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. When the number was connected, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Weibai. Is there really a traitor in the Jiang family of South America? Yes. Qin Weibai nodded. Jiang Qiansong said. Oh, and suddenly asked straightforwardly, It's Jiang Guochu, isn't it? This question was extremely abrupt. Jiang Guochu was a traitor of the Jiang family of South America? Gong Sunqi froze for a moment. Even Lin Fengting froze for a moment. This moment was extremely subtle and short. But in an instant Jiang Qiansong, who had been prepared, suddenly raised his hand and threw the mobile phone at Lin Fengting. As soon as the mobile phone left his hand, a dazzling light suddenly burst out with the broken mobile phone. The whole night sky suddenly turned pale. This time only lasted for a second. Jiang Qiansong rushed forward without hesitation. For the first time in his nearly 60 years of life, Jiang Qiansong gave up all his defense so boldly and unrestrainedly. Attack. Attack with all his strength. 30-meter mortal world, gloomy hell. The cold killing intent broke out completely with the distorted space. What Jiang Qiansong needed was this moment, the most perfect moment. Lin Fengting was blocked for a moment, and Jiang Qiansong chose Qin Weibai. At this moment, no one could stop him from attacking Qin Weibai. Lin Fengting couldn't do it. Neither could Gong Sunqi. Only death awaited Qin Weibai. The distorted and broken space suddenly spread out. Jiang Qiansong reached out and waved his fist. But he hit nothing. How could it be? Jiang Qiansong said subconsciously. This moment was too short. How could Qin Weibai's reaction be so fast? The violent sword energy surged and boiled in an instant. An absolute dark sword intent appeared in the pale light. The sword intent spread and suppressed the white light almost in an instant. At the moment when black and white alternated, Jiang Qiansong subconsciously took a step back, and there was chaos in front of him. He blinked hard and looked straight ahead. Qin Weibai still stood where she was and didn't move. How could it be? Jiang Qiansong's face changed dramatically, and he repeated what he had just said. Countless sword energy kept rotating and whistling around him. There was silence between heaven and earth. Footsteps suddenly sounded. Jiang Qiansong turned his head slightly. In his sight, outside the storm of sword intent, Qin Weibai, Lin Fengting, Gong Sunqi slowly walked over from another direction. So in Jiang Qiansong's sight, there were 2 Qin Weibai, 2 Lin Fengting, and 2 Gong Sunqis. Jiang Qiansong's heart kept sinking. The sword intent was whistling in front of him. More and more footsteps kept sounding. From all directions, one figure after another slowly came over. More and more figures came, almost covering the mountains and plains. They were exactly the same people. They were all Qin Weibai. The sword intent was still whistling. On the top of the mountain, at the foot of the mountain, thousands of Qin Weibai stood there, almost occupying the whole world. Qin Weibai was a beauty. No one in the whole dark world dared to deny this. This kind of beauty was flawless, like a dream or a fantasy. It was devastatingly beautiful, and it was peerless. But when thousands of the same Qin Weibai appeared in front of him, this kind of beauty turned into pressure and almost suffocating power. Jiang Qiansong's face was pale. Looking at the increasing figures, he felt like he was in a nightmare. You. In the face of such a strange scene, Jiang Qiansong couldn't even say a complete word. The Qin Weibai all over the mountains and plains seemed to form an identical legion, and the legion was slowly advancing. Jiang Qiansong swallowed with difficulty, and his voice became unprecedentedly dry. This is the transcendent realm in the spiritual domain? The transcendent realm. In the world, only the Pope had reached the transcendent realm in the spiritual domain. The scene in front of him might be the manifestation of the transcendent realm, or it might not be. But these were not what Jiang Qiansong could see through. What he was good at was defending against attacks. Qin Weibai didn't answer this question. She held the cup and lowered her head to drink some water. Then she looked up at Jiang Qiansong, whose face was pale, and said lightly, "Do you want to die? Divine Emperor of 9 Heavens." Chapter 462. Compared with Eastern Europe, which was already in a storm, Zhongzhou State, which claimed to be the strongest country in the world, was still calm. However, under the pressure of almost all the powerful countries in the world, the calm hidden Dragon Sea had long become oppressive and dull. Every high-level official in Zhongzhou State was paying close attention to the situation in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was in chaos. If they wanted to gain something in the chaos, they needed an indomitable spirit. This was the truth. But no one had expected Li Tianlan to act so fast that no one had time to respond. The war in Wulan State was vigorous. The only thing Zhongzhou State could do was to be silent. Zhongzhou State's statement to the outside world was that it had lost contact with Li Tianlan. In fact, from the war in Wulan State to the present, Zhongzhou State had never contacted Li Tianlan. Everyone was closely watching everything in Wulan State, and everyone knew the importance of this battle. Li Tianlan led the Snowdance Corps to battle. The result of this battle was related to the international image and prestige of Zhongzhou State, as well as the glory of the Li family in the past. Therefore, no matter for Zhongzhou State or Li Tianlan, they could only win this battle. Dongqing Wudi talked with Li Huaqing in the Hidden Dragon Sea all night last night. When Reki City gradually fell into the night, Yuzhou had already ushered in the morning. The sky was slightly dim. The air was slightly cool. The 2 top giants in the entire Zhongzhou State in the chaos in Eastern Europe walked out of the president's office and walked unhurriedly in the Hidden Dragon Sea. Dongqing Wudi's face was relaxed and peaceful. Even when the war broke out in Reki City and Zhongzhou State was under the greatest pressure, he never showed the slightest worry or anxiety. As for President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou State, he had already begun to talk about the future. It's necessary to strengthen the relationship with the Qin clan. We didn't take down Wulan State back then, so the attitude of the Qin clan has been very ambiguous for many years. This time, Qin Shilai took the initiative to take action, which is a good opportunity. The Arctic Ocean Command has had a hard time in recent years. This time, if we take down Wulon State, we can really revitalize the game of Eastern Europe. At this time, if we can get the support of the Qin clan, it will be of great significance to us. In the slightly dim morning light, Li Huaqing handed Dongqing Wudi a cigarette with a smile, and said in a casual tone. Dongqing Wudi lit his cigarette, took a deep breath and nodded. The situation in Eastern Europe is chaotic, but it's very simple in essence. In the final analysis, it's a game between the four families. Now Rekvia is close to Zhongzhou State. If we can persuade the Qin clan, our position in Eastern Europe will be completely stable. Tianlong did a good job this time. To be honest, I'm amazed by his decisiveness and speed. Li Huaqing smiled and said, well, in a few days, I plan to go to Wulon State in person and bring a group there. I will only inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Is Wudi interested? Dongqing Wudi hesitated, shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. The military has been quite busy lately. Now he was the standing minister of the army headquarters. If Zhongzhou State was in a sensitive period of war, the power of this position was even greater than that of the prime minister. Even in the prosperous times, Dongqing Wudi's current position could be regarded as the third most powerful person in Zhongzhou State in terms of real power. His position was there, but the army headquarters was not the border control corps after all. It was difficult for him to keep his word. Li Tianlong was now in Eastern Europe, and he could be said to be Li Tianlong's biggest supporter. At this time, it was much safer for him to stay in the army headquarters to control the situation than to go to Eastern Europe in person. How can I not be sure? Li Huaqing laughed. He seemed to want to say something else, but Dongqing Wudi's cell phone rang first. Dongqing Wudi glanced at the number and his face froze slightly. After he picked it up, he said hello in a deep voice. The person on the other end of the phone reported something in a very fast tone. Dongqing Wudi's body became completely relaxed. He put down the phone and said slowly, Tianlong has arrived at the office of the president. Li Huaqing suddenly burst out laughing and was in high spirits. This news completely showed that the long and complicated night in Reki City was completely over. Reki City now had Li Tianlong and the Snowdance Corps. There was even Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong. The 5 Eastern European countries, headed by Wulon State, were like a thorn inserted between Zhongzhou State and the Arctic Ocean Command. From tonight on, they would all operate under the will of Zhongzhou State. This was Li Tianlong's credit. But wasn't it also Li Huaqing's achievement? Then you and I should go to Eastern Europe and see how elegant the star flag is in a foreign country, Li Huaqing said in high spirits. His term of office had come to an end. Since taking office, Li Huaqing's actions had been wise and steady. But surrounded by the general trend of Zhongzhou State, he could not be regarded as a strong president. He had only shown a little bit of brilliance in recent years. The chaos in Eastern Europe was so perfect that Li Huaqing really wanted to show off the power of Zhongzhou State to the world. Why don't you let Tianlong come back? Dongqing Wudi's face was extremely calm. He suddenly said calmly, come back. Li Huaqing froze for a moment, narrowed his eyes and looked at Dongqing Wudi. It's enough to do this, Dongqing Wudi said. But he only stayed in Eastern Europe for less than a day. Li Huaqing felt that this request was extremely absurd. Plus some aftermath work, he can always stay for a week. And time doesn't mean anything. Tianlong's actions are right there. Who dares to deny his merits? The original intention of Zhongzhou State to restart the Snowdance Corps was essentially to compete for the interests of Eastern Europe. Li Tianlong's series of actions could be said to be really swift and decisive. Within a day, the 5 countries in Eastern Europe changed. The Jiang family of South America suffered heavy losses. Rekvia turned to Zhongzhou State, and even established a good relationship with the Qin clan. No matter what the process was, the result was perfect. It could even be said that this was the interest that Zhongzhou State wanted. From today on, the Arctic Ocean Command would become a force that no one in Europe could ignore. Zhongzhou State would become extremely aloof in all of Eastern Europe. Enough. It was really enough. Countless superpowers were involved in the chaos in Eastern Europe. Every power had the ambition to completely take over Eastern Europe, but no one thought that they could really do it. This was a game involving the entire dark world. There would be countless losers who would leave in the middle of the game. But there might not be only one winner in the end. Li Tianlan had done this. Zhongzhou State, which had gained control of the 5 countries in Eastern Europe, was now one of the winners. It was enough to do this. Li Huaqing looked at Dongqing Wudi and frowned without saying a word. Dongqing Wudi's expression was still indifferent, but his voice suddenly became cold. Mr. President, who do you think let King Tong go to Reki City? What do you mean? Li Huaqing's face became completely serious. She went to Reki City because she and the Shadow Throne appealed to the interests of Wulan State, but Wang Tianzong might have acquiesced in it. The incident of the 5 countries in Eastern Europe was a great contribution, which was enough to help Tianlan get out of the trap in Eastern Europe. He took down the 5 countries in Eastern Europe, was seriously injured, and returned to China to recuperate. Who could say anything more? King Tong went to Reki City and wanted to snatch the interests of the 5 countries in Eastern Europe from Tianlan. Although the Wang family of Beihai didn't want to give up the 5 countries in Eastern Europe, with Wang Tianzong's courage, he wouldn't show such an ugly expression. Wang Tianzong wanted Reki City not because of those interests. The most important thing was that he didn't want Tianlan to take all the credit and return to Zhongzhou State. Dongqing Wudi said in a cold voice, he still has his plan. He wants Tianlan to die in Eastern Europe on the charge of treason. At that time he will get the current Li family, the giant group, and even the chaos within the Southeast group. With these, what are the 5 countries in Eastern Europe? Li Huaqing thought for a while and then said slowly, so you want Tianlan to come back? Yes. Dongqing Wudi nodded. It's the best time for him to come back. The more Wang Tianzong doesn't want Tianlan to do, the more we have to let him do it. No. Li Huaqing said softly. His voice was soft but full of firmness. He can't come back. Dongqing Wudi looked at Li Huaqing and narrowed his eyes quietly. Li Huaqing suddenly smiled. Wudi, do you know why I support Tianlan? Why did Li Huaqing support Li Tianlan? This was tantamount to asking why the academics supported Li Tianlan. Thinking about it in this way, there would be many answers. The reason why Li Huaqing was not strong was that the academics did not have enough foundation, and could not compete with the Southeast Group and the Prince Group. The academics had no power in the most sensitive special warfare system. By supporting Li Tianlan, the academics wanted to fight for a future. By supporting Li Tianlan, it was tantamount to winning over Sai City. By supporting Li Tianlan, it could get a lot of chips from Samsara Palace. By supporting Li Tianlan, the academics now had the support of the giant group. These were all reasons. But that wasn't the only reason. Because Tianlan is suitable. Li Huaqing gave the answer quietly. Daybreak's eyes shone on his face, and there was a profound halo in his eyes. From a selfish point of view, supporting Tianlan will bring me a lot of benefits, but I also have to bear a lot of risks and costs. The collapse of the Li family was full of inside stories. Now I support Tianlan. From a certain point of view, it is tantamount to supporting the civil strife of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State in the next few years, and even the civil strife of the whole Zhongzhou State. So many people don't like Tianlan and the Li family. Even those who used to respect the Li family may feel that what happened to the Li family today is unfair, but they will not welcome the Li family back to the high-level stage of Zhongzhou State, because the general trend does not allow it, because the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City do not allow it. If they do not allow it, and the Li family does not listen, there will be war, turmoil, conflict, and even chaos. What I said today may become the most unstable factor in Zhongzhou State in the next few years, and it may also bring irreversible losses and harm to Zhongzhou State. If these things happen, I will be responsible, and so will you. Dongqing Wudi listened quietly without saying a word. But I still chose to support Tianlan, and the chaos he will bring to Zhongzhou State in the future. All of this is because of his entrance maneuver at the Sky Academy. Li Huaqing said quietly. Dongqing Wudi thought of that entrance maneuver. Li Tianlan killed 2 important tasks of the Lu family in that maneuver. Dongqing Wudi wondered what the reason was. Kunlun City is very good. For now, it's really good. Gu Xingyan may have been despicable at the beginning, But none of us can deny that in the more than 20 years since he became the war god of Zhongzhou state, he has never done anything wrong to Zhongzhou state. But I think Kunlun City is still not qualified. If Gu Xingyun is the second in command of the special warfare system, or just a big force in Zhongzhou state, I can accept it. In these positions, Gu Xingyun will even do better. In the more than 20 years since he became the war god of Zhongzhou state, foreign superpowers have rarely invaded Zhongzhou state, but the prestige of Zhongzhou state in the dark world has been declining. Why? Because Gu Xingyun is too shrewd. He is like a businessman. He will choose to weigh and compromise. Even I am amazed by the subtlety of his advance and retreat in some things. Li Huaqing laughed self-deprecatingly. But this is not what I want. It's not what Zhongzhou state wants. It shouldn't even be what Gu Xingyun should have. The war god of Zhongzhou state can weigh, compromise, and be like a businessman. He can do anything, but only one thing: he can't retreat. He is the war god of Zhongzhou state, and he protects the whole Zhongzhou state. How can he retreat? He can't retreat even a step. That is a position where there is no retreat. No matter what he encounters, whether it is a storm, a huge wave, a thunderbolt, a landslide, or the end of the world, he is the war god, and he must stand there. He can only move forward and never retreat. Because behind him, one step away, is the whole country he wants to protect. Li Huaqing took a deep breath. Gu Xingyun can't do this. Although he has done a good job over the years, if he encounters a more severe situation that he can't handle, he will definitely retreat. But the Li family in the past would not do that, and neither would the current Li family. Li Honghe, Li Tianlan, and even Li Guangtu, any one of them in this position would do their best when they encountered a crisis that they could not handle. Even if they died there, they would not take half a step back. They would rather break than bend and die than retreat. This is the war god of Zhongzhou state I want. Tianlan's performance in Eastern Europe proves that my choice is correct. But if you let him come back now, maybe after many years, he will become another Gu Xingyun. This is not what I want, really not. Li Huaqing looked at the silent Dongqing Wudi and said softly, "And are you sure that if you let Tianlan come back now, he will come back?" Dongqing Wudi thought for a while and shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'm sure." Li Huaqing laughed. "At this time, even if you ask him to come back, he won't come back. But it's too dangerous for him to be in Eastern Europe." Dongqing Wudi frowned. "Qin Weibai is there," Li Huaqing said softly. He looked into Dongqing Wudi's eyes. "Wudi, remember, don't underestimate Qin Weibai at any time. I mean at any time. As for some risks, they are destined to exist. It's the case in Eastern Europe and everything Tianlan will encounter in the future. If he loses on the trip to Eastern Europe, the giant group will not have a good end, and the academics will not be able to stay out of trouble. But if he wins, he will win the qualification to replace Gu Xingyun. Such a war god of Zhongzhou state is the most reassuring to me." Li Huaqing said softly. "It's about the future of a country. I'm willing to bet the future of the giant group and the academics on a stable future for Zhongzhou state." Chapter 463. In his own country, in his own capital, in his own power center, he was asked to give up his seat by a foreign marshal. This could be said to be the most humiliating moment in the history of Wulan state. It was also the most humiliating moment in President Carlos's life. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, and he looked up at Li Tianlan's eyes. This was the office of the president. He was sitting here in the high-level conference room. He was the core of the entire Wulan state. Li Tianlan said that this was not his seat. This was his seat. That was what Carlos thought. So in the conference room that was still echoing with the smell of blood, he said so directly, "Your Highness, this is my seat." Carlos said. Li Tianlan suddenly laughed. Judging from his appearance, he really had nothing to do with the word handsome. He had a very ordinary face. Because he was young, he was slightly delicate. But at this time, when Li Tianlan laughed, he had an unparalleled style, cold and awe-inspiring. He looked back at the high-level officials in the conference room and said calmly, "Who can testify?" At this moment, Li Tianlan stood there. Even though he was seriously injured and pale, He still had a kind of domineering aura. He was awe-inspiring. The whole conference room was silent. No matter if they were in favor of war or peace, no one made a sound when their president was asked to give up his seat. Secretive politicians, iron-blooded generals, everyone's blood seemed to freeze with the death of General Joel. Of course, humiliation would be embarrassing. But living was more important than anything else. It was anything else. Carlos's eyes swept across every high-level official in the conference room. Every one of the higher-ups who met his gaze subconsciously turned their heads away. Even the prime minister turned his head. Carlos's face was a little pale. In a short period of time, he only got one feeling when he looked at everyone. The feeling of being betrayed. Li Tianlan's fingers tapped on the table unhurriedly and said calmly, "Stand up." His voice was very soft. However, Carlos could see an undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Carlos finally clearly realized the identity of the other party. The other party was the marshal in the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State, not belonging to the military. He was the youngest highness in the dark world. He was a madman who broke the deadlock in Eastern Europe without hesitation. In one day, 3 invincible realm experts died, and 2 of them were killed by him. Now that he had the most elite army in the world, he was almost undefeatable. The youngest prince. The most elite army. The former conquered Rekvia in a single day. The latter defeated Wulan State in one day. He was invincible. Carlos slowly stood up. He looked at many high-level officials who lowered their heads as if they could not see this scene, and smiled self-mockingly. Today, you not only gave up on me, but also on Wulan State. No one would support him, the president who was forced to give up his position in his own mansion. After today, he was destined to step down. But who would these people who still sat at the top of Wulan State represent in the future? Carlos suddenly realized that he was no longer qualified to think about this question. He slowly turned around and walked out the door. A voice rang out behind him. "Stop right there." Carlos's body stiffened. He turned to look at Li Tianlan and asked, "Your Highness, what can I do for you?" Before today, Zhongzhou State and Wulan State had always been close friends, Li Tianlan said calmly. There can be misunderstandings between friends. After that, it's nothing more than an apology and a meal to solve the problem. However, misunderstandings between countries could lead to death. The Jiang family of South America intends to get involved in Wulan State, and even wants to set off a political revolution here. For the sake of the stability of Wulan State, I rushed hundreds of miles away. But I was regarded as an enemy by Wulan State. Li Tianlan laughed. His smile was cold and ferocious. The luxurious conference table began to collapse silently. Wood chips flew everywhere. As the sword energy swept through, a large amount of dust fell to the ground. More than 2,000 elite soldiers were buried in Eastern Europe. Is this all because of our enthusiasm? Zhongzhou State has the feelings of a great country. But does my army deserve to die? Wulan State, Oga State, and Ross State should be mainly responsible for this matter. You don't give me an explanation, but ask me what else I want. What else do you want? Jirosis instinctively sensed the danger. This kind of danger did not come from Li Tianlan's killing intent, but from the instinct of being in a high position and used to seeing countless conspiracies. His palm trembled subconsciously, and he forced himself to calm down and said, "Prime Minister Rieker can give you the explanation that your Highness wants." Rieker, who had been extremely silent since Li Tianlan appeared, suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Tianlan. His eyes were a little nervous and even a little pleading. General Tostel, the new patriarch of Rekvia, put a cup of coffee in front of Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan picked it up and took a sip. In a short period of time, countless eyes in the conference room met and intertwined, and the atmosphere became extremely strange. Li Tianlan glanced thoughtfully at Prime Minister Rieker, who was tense, and then shook his head. He looked at Carlos and said lightly, "I only want to talk to you about this matter." Prime Minister Rieker, who had been in a cold sweat in a short period of time, breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Li Tianlan, and there was a flash of gratitude in his eyes. No matter how absurd Li Tianlan's previous words were, at least he wanted Wulan State to give him an explanation. This matter was true. And this matter was very normal. Li Tianlan won tonight. If Jiang Qiansong won tonight, he would also want an explanation. The key was that such an explanation was easy to give, but also not easy to give. It was understandable that Li Tianlan wanted an explanation. But who dared to talk to Li Tianlan at the top of Wulan State? Whoever talked would die. Zhongzhou State was under great pressure in one day. More than 2,000 soldiers were sacrificed, and they encountered a Li family that desperately needed all kinds of strength. The price that Li Tianlan was about to offer, the so-called explanation he wanted, would definitely be unimaginably high. Ceding land, indemnities, and all kinds of conditions were enough to be recorded in the history of Wulan State. The saddest thing was that there was almost no room for bargaining with Li Tianlan in today's Wulan State. The Snowdance Corps dispatched only 5,000 elites. They acted in batches. 3,000 people directly defeated half of Wulan State's military force without heavy firepower. If 20,000 people of the Snowdance Corps were dispatched at the same time, what would happen? Under such circumstances, no matter what Li Tianlan asked, Wulan State could only accept it. Whoever represented Wulan State to talk to Li Tianlan about this matter would have his name recorded in the history of Wulan State. It was not to be recorded in history. The price to pay for losing power and humiliating a country was to be infamous for thousands of years. There were only two people present who were most qualified to be infamous for thousands of years. One was President Carlos. The other was Prime Minister Riker. Li Tianlan chose Carlos. From this moment on, Riker knew that he was safe, and Carlos was completely abandoned. Zhongzhou State abandoned Carlos. They needed someone with enough prestige to take control of the current situation. Riker was the only candidate. He could even become the president, and become a key pawn for Li Tianlan to stay in Wulan State to check and balance Rekvia. At this moment, everything could be said to be a national disaster for Wulan State. But Prime Minister Riker suddenly found that his future might be infinitely beautiful. He froze in place, and his thoughts were complicated. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how much he needed to pay for this kind of beauty. Your Highness, Carlos suddenly emphasized. This is Wulan State. State. Yes, Li Tianlan said calmly. My Wulan State. Carlos suddenly felt powerless. He stood in place with a blank face, and his heart was as dead as ashes. I can't represent Zhongzhou State fully, but here, I can represent the Snowdance Corps and the Arctic Ocean Command. So from my personal standpoint, I have two requirements. First, within 3 days, hand over the bodies of all the victims of the Snowdance Corps. They fought for Wulan State, but were killed by Wulan State. The compensation for each martyr in each country must not be less than 2 million yuan. Second, withdraw your accusation at the United Nations, apologize to Zhongzhou State at the United Nations meeting, clarify the misunderstanding, and expose the conspiracy of the Jiang family of South America. Zhongzhou State will be responsible for protecting the security of Wulan State and avoiding a repeat of today's incident. Wulan State is obliged to establish a garrison base for Zhongzhou State. As a witness of the reconciliation of the two countries, the star flag of Zhongzhou State must be seen wherever the flag of Wulan State can be seen in the future. Third, Your Highness, you said that you only had 2 requirements. A high-level official finally couldn't help but stand up. His face was extremely angry, and his eyes were full of shame. But his voice was extremely weak, and he seemed to be a little timid and out of breath. Li Tianlan glanced at him, thought for a moment and said, Did I say that? The high-level official opened his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, Li Tianlan said expressionlessly, Shut up. If you don't shut up, I'll make you close your eyes. The pale high-level official slowly sat down. Li Tianlan was silent for a while. He seemed to forget what he wanted to say. He shook his head, waved his hand and said, That's all. These are my requirements. Who agrees and who objects? There was silence. But an unprecedented heaviness suddenly pressed on the hearts of every high-level official. Wulan State, which the Arctic Ocean Command had been trying to penetrate for more than 20 years, was finally lost. The loss to Wulan State was completely unimaginable. And everyone knew that this was only Li Tianlan's own request, not Zhongzhou states. Li Tianlan asked for a lot, or it could be said to be very little, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Zhongzhou State would definitely take away all the things that should be taken away. But no one in the conference room spoke. No one dared. At this extremely delicate moment, as the winner, what Li Tianlan said was the law. Whoever dared to speak, Li Tianlan would definitely make him close his eyes. Li Tianlan waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he nodded and said directly, "The meeting is over." Again, no one objected. The high-level officials stood up one by one and walked out of the conference room in turn. President Carlos did not leave. Prime Minister Riker did not leave either. Qin Shilai, who followed Li Tianlan in, nodded to Li Tianlan, followed Tostel out of the conference room, and closed the door of the conference room. There were only Li Tianlan and the two highest authorities of Wulan State in the entire conference room. "You're very smart." Li Tianlan looked at Prime Minister Riker and said calmly. The Prime Minister, who had never bowed to anyone in Wulan State, bowed deeply to Li Tianlan, and did not get up for a long time. Li Tianlan casually pointed at the coffee cup in front of him. Riker stood up, took the cup, and walked to the coffee machine. Li Tianlan glanced at Carlos and said calmly, "Sit down." Carlos seemed to have completely calmed down. He slowly sat on the chair next to Li Tianlan. "Riker, you're right." "Yes. But not enough." Li Tianlan said slowly, "Zhongzhou State needs a dog that's obedient enough." "It's you who needs a dog that's obedient enough, isn't it?" Carlos looked at Li Tianlan and asked sarcastically. Li Tianlan smiled and did not speak. Carlos was silent for a while and said softly, "Will I die tonight?" His tone was subtle and complicated. Li Tianlan looked at him for a while and then said blandly, "Any last words?" Divine Emperor of 9 Heavens. Chapter 464. Carlos was silent for a long time. The situation in Wulan State changed in a day. He had thought of many endings and different endings. But before Li Tianlan stepped into the conference room, he did not think that he would die. Death. Permanent darkness. Great shame. Monstrous infamy. All of this would fall on him with his death, followed by a series of words that did not sound good, such as cowardice, incompetence, greed, and stupidity. His life, his reputation, and everything about him would be completely polluted and painted black, and there would be no possibility of washing it. In such a case, the so-called last words. "Is it meaningful?" Carlos asked. "It's meaningless." Li Tianlan shook his head. "But before you die, if you are willing to say something, I can be a listener." This was the only thing Li Tianlan could do. He needed a very significant death to calm the great changes in Wulan State and completely nail the Jiang family of South America. The withdrawal of the Jiang family of South America. The advance of Zhongzhou State. The compromise and concession of Wulan State. All the crimes, all the inside stories, and all the shame needed to be borne by someone. President Carlos was the best candidate. His death would make everyone, including the people of Wulan State, have to accept the strong entry of the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State into Wulan State. At the same time, it could also eliminate some pressure of international public opinion. Li Tianlan had no grudge against Carlos. But now the general trend wanted him to die. He could only die. "Do you dare to kill me?" Carlos stared into Li Tianlan's eyes. Death was close at hand, but it did not come. The tension lingering between life and death was like a hot torrent, rushing into his abdomen, all the way up his abdomen, and squeezing into his mind. Carlos's body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were red. "Jiang Qiansong killed you," Li Tianlan whispered. "I tried to save you, but I didn't succeed. You were attacked and sacrificed by the Jiang family of South America, and I saved Wulan State at the most critical moment." "Lies. They're all lies. They're vulnerable," Carlos yelled. "Lies are good for ruling." Li Tianlan's voice was full of indifference. "You despicable, cruel, shameless, hypocritical invader." Carlos' breathing became more and more rapid. "You deserve to die. Mr. President, please pay attention to your words. His Highness and the Zhongzhou State represented by His Highness are eternal friends of Wulan State. Prime Minister Riker walked over with a wooden tray. On the tray was a cup of warm coffee, and a steak made by the Prime Minister himself. Rick respectfully placed the tray in front of Li Tianlan. He turned around and looked into Carlos's eyes, which were burning with anger. He was extremely calm. "You can say whatever you want." Li Tianlan cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. He lost a lot of blood after being seriously injured. He just dealt with the wound briefly, and then came to the office of the president. Now his body was getting colder and colder, and he could hardly taste anything in his mouth. He bit the beef seriously and said calmly, "But I want to correct you too. From now on, the Snowdance Corps and I are not friends of Wulan State, but rulers." Prime Minister Riker's body stiffened slightly for a moment, and then he said respectfully, "Your Highness is right. Prime Minister." Carlos's voice was twisted and crazed. "You're wrong again," Li Tianlan said calmly. "He is not the Prime Minister." Carlos glanced at Li Tianlan and sneered without saying a word. Li Tianlan nodded and took out a very ordinary pistol from his pocket. "It seems that you have nothing to say." He raised his hand and threw the gun to Prime Minister Riker. He threw the gun to Prime Minister Riker, but he said in another capacity, "President Riker, kill him." Riker's whole body shook. He caught the pistol, and his arms couldn't help trembling. Li Tianlan took out his mobile phone and aimed it at the two of them. He turned on the video mode, and then focused on the steak in front of him. "This steak is not big enough." His soft voice echoed in the conference room, like the whisper of the devil. "If you don't kill him before I finish eating, I will kill you too." Riker's violently trembling palm held the pistol tightly and subconsciously aimed at Carlos. Carlos's face was pale, but his eyes were still burning with anger when he looked at Riker. Riker's arm trembled like a convulsion. At this moment, he might be holding the unprecedented sin in his life. But at the same time, as long as he pulled the trigger, he would get the power that he had never touched in his life. "I'm sorry." Riker's voice was a little hoarse. It sounded ferocious and empty in the claustrophobic conference room. Behind him was the sound of the knife and fork rubbing against the porcelain plate, which sounded extremely evil. Riker took a step forward. The muzzle was against Carlos's forehead. In the clear sound, Li Tianlan put down the knife and fork. Puff. The pistol with a silencer made a dull sound. The powerful bullet directly smashed Carlos's head. Fresh blood gushed to the ceiling like a crimson fountain, incomparably beautiful. Red blood beads splashed out, and splashed on the plate in front of Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan took a sip of coffee, picked up his mobile phone and looked at the video. He nodded and said, "It's very clear. Do you want to have a look, Mr. President?" Riker, who was covered in blood, shook his head with a pale face. He opened his mouth and finally couldn't help but retch. He held the trash can in the conference room and vomited. Li Tianlan waited for him to finish vomiting before he ordered, "There is a star flag of Zhongzhou State outside the conference room. Before dawn, I want to see it hung in the highest and most obvious position in Wulan City." Riker, who was weak but had an abnormal blush on his face, nodded and said in a trembling voice, "As you wish, Your Highness." Li Tianlan nodded, and put away the mobile phone that had recorded the scene just now. He casually touched Riker's head and said expressionlessly, "Do a good job. I have high hopes for you." It was not until they entered the highest hotel in Reki City and entered the luxury suite that Wang Tianzong, who had been silent all the way, took the initiative to break the silence and asked, "Do you blame me?" King Tong, who had been following Wang Tianzong silently, shook her head. "I didn't know that Li Tianlan had two murderous weapons." Wang Tianzong gave an extremely rare explanation. King Tong said, looking extremely docile. Wang Tianzong turned around and walked to the balcony of the room, looking at the brightly lit Reki City in the night. Among the countless lights, a building not far away was particularly bright. It was wrapped in light and looked extremely majestic. That was the office of the president, the power center of Wulan State. At this moment, Li Tianlan should be there. Wang Tianzong looked in that direction with a calm face. "He's very good." King Tong stood behind Wang Tianzong. Her emotions seemed to have completely adjusted, or perhaps she had deliberately suppressed them. No wonder Yuetong likes him. Yes. Wang Tianzong nodded. But he deserves to die. King Tong reached out and touched her red lips. Her red lips were full and enchanting, but there was still the coldness and the taste of death that belonged to murderous weapons between her lips and teeth. King Tong narrowed her eyes, and a shocking evil spirit suddenly flashed in her golden eyes. Yes. Wang Tianzong nodded again. However, King Tong clearly felt that the other party was not perfunctory, but was saying this very seriously. If Li Tianlan didn't hold back his sword tonight, what would have happened? King Tong suddenly asked. Li Tianlan's martial arts was the real road of the chosen one. In terms of level, his sword intent was better than Wang Tianzong, Deity, and Lin Fengting. However, his sword energy was not enough, and his power was not strong enough for the time being. But tonight, Deity's sword energy and Li Tianlan's sword intent were combined. That was equivalent to the fusion of the chosen one's sword intent and the sword energy of the peak of the invincible realm. Their swordsmanship was of the same origin. This was almost equivalent to the sword that Li Tianlan stabbed when he entered the peak of the invincible realm. Wang Tianzong was very strong, but at that time, he was unprepared. If he didn't hold back that sword, the possibility of Wang Tianzong being seriously injured in an instant was infinitely close to 100%. What would have happened then? King Tong suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart. It's hard to say. Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and said blandly, if he had attacked with all his strength, he would have died, Deity would have died, and I would have been seriously injured. The possibility of breaking through again would have been zero, and I might even have fallen into the invincible realm. At that time, the chaos in Eastern Europe would have nothing to do with the Wang family of Beihai or Zhongzhou state. Beihai could get most of the benefits of the Li family and the giant group, but Beihai would also have to face countless people who would hit him when he was down. This was undoubtedly a very complicated consequence. And with so many complications added up, it was really hard to say what the final result would be. However, King Tong heard something different from this answer. She felt a little incredible and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Do you mean that you still have the possibility of continuing to break through? Now Wang Tianzong had surpassed the peak of the invincible realm. If he broke through again, he could only be the chosen one. There was a flash of surprise in King Tong's eyes. Can you still break through at your age? Wang Tianzong shook his head and then nodded. Above the peak of the invincible realm, it has nothing to do with age. To be exact, martial arts has little to do with age. The age of 40 is a recognized threshold. But over the years, there have been people who have broken through to the invincible realm at the age of 40. They are very few. But as long as there is one, even if there is one, it is enough to explain the problem. As for my current state, I can't describe it in detail. But now it's a very critical time. I'm not sure if I can take the last step. At present, I still need an opportunity. No wonder, King Tong murmured. No wonder you didn't do anything tonight. Wang Tianzong was about to break through. In this case, he naturally had to maintain the peak state and silently look for his own opportunity. Not entirely for this reason. Wang Tianzong said, in today's dark world, I can confirm that I am the strongest. But I am also sure that I am not invincible. This sentence was very heavy and bitter. Wang Tianzong was indeed the strongest, but he was not so strong that no one could pose a threat to him, so he didn't do anything tonight. If he took the last half step in martial arts tonight, even if he didn't do anything to Li Tianlan, at least Deity wouldn't be able to leave anyway. Wang Tianzong sighed softly, and there was a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. I believe in you. You can definitely take the last step, King Tong said softly. King Tong said softly. Her golden pupils were shining with undisguised worship and admiration, which were brilliant and charming. Wang Tianzong smiled and looked at the brightly lit office of the president in his sight. He was silent for a long time. The deadlock in Eastern Europe has been broken. After a long time, he said slowly. A cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Tianzong took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was a very short message, but the content was not simple. General Joel is dead. Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at his cell phone, and there seemed to be wind and clouds gathering in his eyes. After the deadlock, there is still a deadlock. He put away his cell phone and shook his head. It's really boring. Chapter 465. Carlos's blood flowed unscrupulously in different directions in the conference room. The blood soaked the thick carpet, and the smell of blood was everywhere in the conference room. A minute ago, Riker, who had just committed the biggest crime in his life, moved his body. His feet stepped on the blood-soaked carpet, making the sound of water. All consciousness began to gradually return to the blank brain. Riker subconsciously threw away the pistol in his hand. His whole body trembled and he was at a loss, but he did not dare to make a sound. The conference room was quiet. Li Tianlan, who had put away his mobile phone, sat there and seemed to be thinking about something. Prime Minister Riker, who was completely confused, looked at Li Tianlan subconsciously. That gunshot not only ended Carlos' life, but it also ended all of his positions. He got on Li Tianlan's boat. Now that he was out of his wits, the only one he could rely on was Li Tianlan. Your Highness! Riker took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to call out. There was no hatred or shame in his eyes, only a kind of fear and panic that he wanted to hide but couldn't. It was clear. Li Tianlan said slowly, Zhongzhou State won't talk to you too soon. There are a lot of things to discuss at home, and you need to stabilize the situation here as soon as possible. Do you understand what I mean? Riker nodded, only feeling that his body was stiffer than ever. Li Tianlan's words were not obvious, but the content was extremely cruel. It was not until this moment that he really understood what the war that would push him to the position of president meant. He gained power, but what he lost was autonomy. What happened that day could be explained in many ways. But no matter how it was explained, it could not change the nature of this matter. Li Tianlan wanted to retaliate against the Jiang family of South America. Rekvia, which had a good relationship with the Jiang family of South America, used its power to snipe Li Tianlan. The 5 Eastern European countries declared war on Zhongzhou State under the strong influence of Rekvia. In the end, Li Tianlan won. Zhongzhou State came, and Wulan State lost. It was so simple. That was the essence. This was not the most naked invasion. It could even be said that Wulan State courted its own death. If they had not declared war on Zhongzhou State, even if Li Tianlan wanted to occupy Wulan State by force, there would be no tenable reason. But Wulan State participated in it, but what they got was indeed the most thorough failure. Therefore, from today on, Wulan State would no longer have real independent power. Only the young man in the conference room was the master of Wulan State, and even the 5 countries in Eastern Europe. Behind this nature, there was bound to be even more naked, yet even more obscure compensation, exploitation, oppression, bloodshed and cruelty. This was the price that the losing side had to pay after losing the war. Zhongzhou State would not talk to Wulan State in a short time. There was no doubt that Zhongzhou State itself needed to negotiate internally on how to divide up Wulan State. Perhaps in a few days, countless money would flow into Zhongzhou State from Wulan State as war reparations. Meanwhile, countless wealthy families, military forces, and dark forces in Zhongzhou State would pour in quietly and become the most powerful class in this country. The future was completely predictable. Therefore, it seemed exceptionally cruel. Rick's vision was a little dizzy. He forced himself to stand up straight, but his head was buzzing. Li Tianlan still sat there quietly motionless. A phone suddenly rang, and it sounded a little ear-piercing in the silent conference room. Rick's body trembled. He found his phone in a daze and looked at the caller ID. There was a name on the caller ID. General Dessa. The name was familiar. But Rick, who was completely confused, couldn't remember who it was for a while. Rick's mouth twitched, and he tried to think of the so-called general. The phone continued to ring, and it seemed to be getting more and more urgent, which made people panic. Don't answer it, Li Tianlan suddenly said. His body didn't move, and his tone was very light, but extremely tough. Rick, who was about to answer the phone subconsciously, suddenly remembered who General Dessa was. General Dessa of Wulan State, the head of the military in the southwest. In the southwest of Wulan State, it bordered Oga State. In other words, today the 3,000 elites of the Snowdance Corps swept all the way. They were swept by several large elite corps under the command of General Dessa. Rick's face was pale and bloodless, because he suddenly remembered that the Snowdance Corps that set off from Im to Wulon State was not only 3,000 people. It was 5,000. 3,000 lightly armed people marched forward quickly. In the rear, there were 2,000 heavy firepower troops armed to the teeth with a large number of weapons. How big was the difference between 3,000 lightly armed elites and 2,000 fully armed elites? How big was the gap between Zhongzhou State and Wulon State in terms of armaments? If he guessed correctly, this was the time when several elite corps of Wulon State gathered the defeated troops. At the same time, it was also the time when more than 2,000 heavily armed elites of the Snowdance Corps entered Wulon State. Rick held his phone. His heart suddenly became colder than ever. "Your Highness," he called out in a trembling tone. Li Tianlan said calmly, "Give me the phone." "Your Highness." Rick's tone suddenly became excited. "We can't give up the several corps in the southwest. Without them, how can Wulon State defend? The defense of Wulon State has the Snowdance Corps. What are you afraid of?" Li Tianlan said in a cold tone. Rick only felt that a deadly rope was tightly wrapped around his neck, and he had no hope of breaking free. His legs were weak, and he finally knelt on the ground. "Your Highness," he hadn't finished speaking. In his sight, Li Tianlan reached out his hand. His palm trembled slightly, but he quickly took off the translator hanging on his ear without hesitation. Then he reached out and slowly pointed to the phone in Rick's hand. Rick's eyes became completely desperate. Li Tianlan didn't understand foreign languages. He didn't even understand basic English. Without the translator, Li Tianlan couldn't understand what he was saying. The phone stopped ringing for a while. Then it rang again. The melodious ringtone sounded like thousands of ghosts screaming and roaring in Rick's ears at this time. His heart was extremely tormented. The phone kept ringing for a full 10 minutes. Then the phone didn't ring again. 10 minutes was a long time. But it was also very short. If this gap was on the battlefield, it would be so big that it would make people desperate. Rick completely broke down and burst into tears. In these 10 minutes, he didn't know what the situation of the battle was, but at least he could know what would happen to the corps directly led by General Dessa. The door of the conference room was pushed open. Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud came in with faint bloodstains on their bodies. Li Tianlan looked at them motionlessly. Cool Breeze nodded to Li Tianlan and said softly, "Your Highness, it's all done." Li Tianlan smiled. Tonight, in the hearts of the Snowdance Corps, he was the invincible god of war. In the eyes of Wulon State, Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud were absolute gods of death. In just a few hours, more than 30 high-level officials of Wulon State, or people with great influence in a certain field, died in the dark edge of Sai City. It was not until this moment that Li Tianlan really controlled Reki City. As for controlling the entire Wulon State, it was destined to take a long time. Li Tianlan glanced at Rick, who was in a daze, and his eyes were slightly mocking. "You think it's unacceptable? You think I completely gave up the war force in the southeast of Wulon State? You think I killed a lot of high-level officials tonight? But don't you think about whether those things that seem to belong to Wulon State are in Wulon State with other positions or really belong to Wulon State? For example, General Joel just now. If he doesn't die tonight, I won't come tonight. After the chaos in Eastern Europe is over, do you know whether Wulon State's surname is Jiang, Wang, or something else? Is there any difference now?" Rick asked with a sad smile. "Of course there's a difference," Li Tianlan said calmly. "At least we can be sure of one thing now. Wulon State, surnamed Li." Rick sat on the ground looking dull. "Your Highness, the situation outside is under control," Lu Yun reminded him without batting an eyelid. Li Tianlan nodded and looked at Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud for a long time. His body was motionless. Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud's faces changed at the same time. They glanced at Rick and walked toward Li Tianlan calmly. Li Tianlan laughed. His face was very young, but his smile was very desolate, with extreme exhaustion and trance. "Your Highness." Cool Breeze subconsciously reached out his hand. Li Tianlan grabbed Cool Breeze's arm and held it tightly. He used a lot of strength. But Cool Breeze couldn't feel the slightest strength. He could only feel that Li Tianlan's arm was trembling, but he still wanted to grasp something. In an instant, Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud were both in a cold sweat. They missed the final battle before the Rekvia castle. They also didn't witness Li Tianlan's choice and advance and retreat when he was sandwiched between Deity and Wang Tianzong. So they didn't know how Li Tianlan's injury was. But now it seemed that Li Tianlan had no strength at all. That was to say, it had been a long time before they came. Rick, who didn't know any martial arts, might be able to kill Li Tianlan easily if he was more courageous. Not to mention resisting. It was extremely difficult for Li Tianlan to even move. Cool Breeze glanced at the pistol beside Rick. Drifting Cloud took off a button from his clothes, crushed it, and fed some of the powder to Li Tianlan. The standard healing medicine for high-level officials in Zhongzhou State had been used up, and even if it was given to Li Tianlan now, it wouldn't work. What Drifting Cloud fed Li Tianlan was something that could cheer him up in a short time. In layman's terms, it was a powerful stimulant for military use. This kind of thing was bound to bring a certain degree of damage to the body, and even cause Li Tianlan's injury to be more serious. But now Li Tianlan had to stand up. The future god of war of Zhongzhou State. Under any circumstances he couldn't retreat. He couldn't fall down. The dry powder gradually melted. A sickly blush flashed across Li Tianlan's face. His palm gradually gained strength. Letting go of Cool Breeze's hand, he slowly stood up and said in a dead and hoarse voice, "Let's go and raise the flag." Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud subconsciously wanted to help him. Li Tianlan shook his head and walked out of the conference room. His steps were slow, but when he tried to control his body, his steps were extremely steady. Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud followed Li Tianlan closely to prevent him from suddenly falling down. They could only see Li Tianlan's back in their sight. That back was so lonely, heavy and slow, as if he was carrying the whole world on his back. But what he carried on his shoulders, in Ruo's shoulders, was not just a world. The office of the president was not the tallest place in Reki City, but there was the tallest flagpole in Reki City in front of the gate of the office of the president. In this extremely open area, the flag of Wulan province flying day and night was the most eye-catching symbol. When Li Tianlan walked out of the office of the president with Cool Breeze and Drifting Cloud, it was almost late at night, and there was almost a sea of people outside the office of the president. The flashes of the cameras were constantly flashing, and the police cars were maintaining order. Reporters from all countries stationed in Wulan State swarmed there after receiving the notice. Li Tianlan's appearance did not attract the attention of any reporter. He did not wear a military uniform. He wore a temporary black suit without a military rank. No one knew that the young man who passed by them was the marshal of the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State. All the cameras were focused on Li Zhonghu. To be exact, they were gathered on the huge star flag in Li Zhonghu's hand. The scene was busy and silent. The star flag became the most dazzling in the night sky. Color. Hundreds of elites of the Snowdance Corps lined up neatly on the square in front of the office of the president. The whole night seemed to be filled with the fierce fighting intent that had not dissipated. Li Tianlan walked into the crowd calmly and looked at the gate of the office of the president quietly. He was waiting for Riker. Everyone was waiting for Riker. As a veteran politician who had been in politics for decades, Li Tianlan completely believed in Riker's psychological quality and believed that he could adjust his state in the shortest time. At least he could cope with the current situation. Cool Breeze whispered in his ear the number of media present at this moment. All the media were informed through the channels of Samsara Palace in Eastern Europe. Nearly 40 media outlets were informed. Now there were more than 35 media outlets present, most of which were foreign media. Li Tianlan remained calm. Tonight, he wanted to let the star flag of Zhongzhou State flutter in Eastern Europe, and in front of the office of the president in Wulan State, the most sensitive geographical location, under the eyes of the whole world. Li Tianlan watched this scene quietly. His vision had become a little blurred, but in his sight, the red color of the star flag was still breathtaking. The front door of the office of the president was slowly pulled open. The reporters, who had been silent all the time, suddenly burst into a hubbub. The flashes finally began to shift from the star flag. Countless reporters rushed over crazily. Riker, the Prime Minister of Wulan State, walked out of the office of the president with a pale face and some tears on his face. His face was solemn and heavy. Mr. Prime Minister, Reki City is very unfortunate today. Is all this really related to Zhongzhou State? Should Zhongzhou State take full responsibility for this? Mr. Prime Minister, has Wulan State completely severed diplomatic relations with Zhongzhou State? Do you have any views on the future development of the two countries? Mr. Prime Minister, why didn't Mr. President show up? Crazy flashing lights. All kinds of questions. Faces with different expressions kept flashing in front of Riker. This press conference was not formal, but it was very effective. It was enough to spread to all corners of the world in the shortest time. So Riker knew very well that from this moment on, every word he said would resound all over the world. At this moment he suddenly thought of a sentence. Tell a big lie and let the whole world dance with it. Riker suddenly laughed at himself. He did want to tell a big lie recently and let the whole world dance with it, but he would also dance with it. The young and ambitious man who was watching coldly behind the wall of the big lie was not him. Everyone. Riker took a deep breath, took the microphone and said slowly, before answering your questions, I would like to announce a very regrettable thing first. Mr. President Carlos, the greatest and wisest leader of Wulan State, my former best friend, my former life mentor, and the person I once respected the most, has sacrificed himself. There was a sudden silence in front of the office of the president, leaving only the sound of the wind. The next second, an incredible exclamation exploded like an ignited gunpowder keg. Everyone was thinking and asking the same question. Did Zhongzhou State do it? It's a misunderstanding. Riker said seriously, Wulan State and Zhongzhou State have always been friends. It's just that Wulan State was used today, which led to Wulan State's irrational behavior of declaring war on a friend. If time could go back, I would definitely stop this from happening. Mr. Prime Minister, what's the misunderstanding? Well, maybe we have to find the reason from Mr. President. There are many things between him and the Jiang family of South America that need to be investigated and collected evidence. We all need time. Mr. President? My God, how is this possible? You just said that he was the person you respected the most. Yes, he used to be. The square in front of the office of the president was completely crazy. Countless reporters almost screamed and asked questions. Li Tianlong could no longer hear it clearly. The last thing he vaguely heard was the national anthem of Zhongzhou State that sounded in the land of Eastern Europe. Li Zhonghu held the star flag tightly in his hand and sent it to the most dazzling place in Reki City. The red flag kept fluttering in the night wind and became the most dazzling color in the night sky. It was the early morning of August 8th in Eastern Europe. The day known as the date of death finally passed. Reki City, which had been in chaos for a day, announced several pieces of news to the world. President Carlos was suspected of treason and had secret cooperation with the Jiang family of South America. The Jiang family of South America and Carlos took advantage of Wulan State and almost destroyed the friendly diplomatic relationship between Wulan State and Zhongzhou State. The cooperation between Carlos and the Jiang family of South America broke down. Jiang Qiansong, the patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, became angry and killed Carlos. He even wanted to kill all the high-level officials of Wulan State. At the critical moment, Marshal Li Tianlong of the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State appeared and stopped the bottomless conspiracy of the Jiang family of South America. Zhongzhou State and Wulan State would always be best friends, and Marshal Li Tianlong was the most respected hero of Wulan State. In order to ensure the safety of Wulan State, Prime Minister Riker sincerely invited the Snowdance Corps of Zhongzhou State to be stationed in Reki City for a period of time. Countless pieces of news exploded all over the world like bombs. 20 hours ago, Li Tianlong was a warmonger, an invader and a madman. Zhongzhou State was under great pressure because of this. 20 hours later, Li Tianlong became the hero of Wulan State, and Zhongzhou State became the best friend of Wulan State. In less than a day's time, the situation had almost been completely reversed. At this moment, on the land of Wulan State, Li Tianlong and Zhongzhou State were shining at the same time. This was a real upheaval. The grand and clear national anthem of Zhengzhou State resounded throughout Wulan City with the fluttering star flag that night. In the seemingly never-ending song, Li Tianlan looked at the increasingly blurred red flag in his sight and whispered, "Cool breeze." "I'm here, Your Highness." Cool breeze bowed slightly and said respectfully. Li Tianlan pointed to the direction where the flag was fluttering and said hoarsely, "This is my flag." "Yes, Your Highness." Cool breeze replied in a firm tone. "This is my flag. It is also my country." Divine Emperor of Nine Heavens. Chapter 466. In the huge square in front of the office of the president, the national anthem of Zhengzhou State sounded all night. The bright red and gorgeous star flag flew in the passionate music, and was reflected in the eyes of the media all over the world, like the only color in the night. The blood in the city gradually dried up, and the raging fire began to extinguish. The war and turmoil gradually subsided as the night passed. The bright and bustling lights went out one by one, and the glimmer lit up in the deepest darkness. A gust of morning wind blew away the darkness, and the hazy dawn was a little wet. The rain dripped down, and the whole city was cold. Wang Tianzong stood on the balcony of the hotel all night, and the star flag in front of the office of the president also fluttered in his pupils all night. The rain, which was getting heavier, fell on his head and soaked the extremely luxurious open-air balcony. Wang Tianzong, who was motionless like a statue, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was gloomy. The rain was messy. The whole world was cold and desolate. Wang Tianzong took a deep breath. There was no sword intent around him, and there was no fluctuation in the space. Under his extremely natural gaze, the sky hundreds of meters around him suddenly calmed down, and all the rain was completely evaporated. He stood on the balcony, surrounded by falling rain, but the place where he stood was dry and warm. The sound of footsteps came from behind him. King Tong, who had just gotten up, walked over in her pajamas. She handed Wang Tianzong a glass of warm water and whispered, "It's raining." "Yes." Wang Tianzong nodded, took the water glass, and drank some water. "You didn't sleep all night?" King Tong asked. After a night's sleep, King Tong's mental state had completely recovered from the frustration of last night. She was no longer afraid and shocked, but this morning, King Tong was not as arrogant, enchanting, and powerful as she used to be. In front of Wang Tianzong, King Tong had never been a queen. Her eyes were fixed on Wang Tianzong's face, and she looked a little charming and gorgeous. Wang Tianzong shook his head. "I'm not sleepy." Last night, King Tong slept in his room, while he stood on the balcony all night. "I just got up. Would you like to go to sleep?" King Tong blinked and invited him with a chuckle, looking ambiguous. Wang Tianzong might have been used to this kind of ambiguity, so he was indifferent and acted as if he hadn't heard it, and didn't give any response. "What does the Shadow Throne plan to do next?" Wang Tianzong put the quilt on the balcony. The rain curtain all over the sky began to shrink slowly. The rain fell into the cup, bringing about ripples. But the place where they stood was still dry and warm. "I want to stay in Reki City." King Tong thought for a while and said. Although she had suffered great humiliation last night, she had to stay in Reki City, no matter from the development of the situation, or from the standpoint of wanting to get back at them. "You can stay, but you can't do anything for the time being," Wang Tianzong said slowly. King Tong was a little confused. The great change in Reki City happened in a hurry, and the Shadow Throne did not have time to mobilize too much power at all. That was why King Tong came alone, and in the end, she ended up in an extremely embarrassing situation. But King Tong did not lose confidence. She did not rank high on the divine list, but the Shadow Throne, which was supported by many European powers and wealthy families, could definitely be said to be one of the most terrifying superpowers in the world. If she brought this power to any place, it would be enough to change the general trend. As I said, after the stalemate, there will be another stalemate. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Wulan State had always been a sore point of Zhengzhou State. Moreover, the special geographical location of this country had always been a coveted target of all the major forces. The Wang family of Beihai had been secretly operating in Wulon State for several years. General Zhou, whose influence in the military of Wulon State was second only to General Tostel, was the most important pawn of the Wang family of Beihai in Wulon State. But General Zhou was dead. Wang Tianzong didn't get the news until it was close to early morning. General Zhou was not the only one who died. Some of General Zhou's trusted subordinates were all assassinated. In other words, all the contacts of the Wang family of Beihai that had been secretly operating in Wulon State for many years had almost been wiped out. It was straightforward, neat, precise, and decisive. It was Sai City who did it. Wang Tianzong didn't doubt the ability of cool breeze and drifting cloud. The deterrent power of assassins at their level was no less than that of ordinary invincible realm experts under certain circumstances. They could definitely do it. But Wang Tianzong didn't understand where they got such a precise list. All the foundations of the Wang family of Beihai in Wulon State were cut off and destroyed overnight, leaving almost nothing. How precise must that list be in order to achieve this kind of effect? This feeling was like the information that Qin Weibai handed to Summer Solstice during the final maneuver of the Sky Academy. There were some things that Wang Tianzong was not the only one who knew. But those who knew these things had no reason or position to betray him at all. So no matter how he looked at it, there was no possibility of these materials being leaked. So how did Li Tianlan know this list? Wang Tianzong took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I can't be quiet, and I can't move. This feeling is really uncomfortable? King Tong asked. Wang Tianzong nodded. Yes. Everything at the moment was a stalemate for Wang Tianzong. He was now the strongest sword emperor in the dark world, but in the real general trend, he would inevitably become the target that everyone wanted to kill. As he said, he was the strongest, and everyone knew it. But he was not absolutely invincible, and everyone knew it. His sword might tear the current situation into pieces, but if he acted rashly, he could kill Deity and Li Tianlan. Lin Fengting was no match for him, and neither was Arsis. He could do it. But once he did it, the final winner would not be the Wang family of Beihai. The dark world was the cruelest and darkest Jianghu. In Jianghu, one could be happy and free? It was all bullshit. The major forces were constantly overturning. The conflicts between the major forces were never for killing. Killing was just a necessary means, not the end. The purpose of all the forces was for interests. How could the major forces who were entangled by interests talk about being free and unfettered? This was a very obvious matter. Wang Tianzong was stronger than anyone, but if he killed someone and got no benefits, it would be meaningless. He was stronger than anyone, so he could kill Deity. If he went all out, he could even kill Lin Fengting. In today's dark world, only these two people could pose a fatal threat to him. He could get rid of these two threats. But after getting rid of these two threats, in his seriously injured state, maybe all the invincible realm experts would become his new threats. There were more and more threats. The trouble was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, what he could get was failure, an extremely tragic failure. This was not what Wang Tianzong wanted. He just wanted to win. What are you going to do? King Tong asked. I don't know. Wang Tianzong shook his head. At present, there are only two ways. One is to wait for the right time to appear. The other is to break through and go further. General Zhou's team was originally an important bargaining chip for the Wang family of Beihai to promote the situation in Wulon State, and even Eastern Europe. Even if Li Tianlan occupied Eastern Europe now, as long as he had Zhou, Wang Tianzong could also create many opportunities. But Zhou was dead. Without a bargaining chip, it was difficult for Wang Tianzong to do anything inside Wulon State in a short time. And he did not dare to make a move now. When the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State did not make a move, he was at his strongest. At this time, there would only be a few threats around him. But once he made a move, he might be surrounded by threats. So he could only wait for other forces to make a move, and then make a move at the most perfect time to get the benefits he wanted the most. Or wait for his own breakthrough. He could make a breakthrough at any time. As long as he completely broke through the invincible realm and reached that new realm, he could sweep the entire dark world by himself. At that time, the Wang family of Beihai would not need any conspiracy, and it would ignore any conspiracy. The sharpness of the listen to the sea sword was unbridled. Wherever the sword light passed, it was either surrender or death. Only the invincible realm was invincible. If he could break through again, all the deadlocks would be meaningless in his eyes. Wang Tianzong looked at the rainy sky and did not speak for a long time. Now he wanted to move, but there was no right opportunity. He could not move and did not dare to move. He wanted to be quiet and wait for his breakthrough. But how could he really calm down when the situation in Eastern Europe was changing? He could not be quiet or move. The movement could only make his heart more and more chaotic. "Let me do it," King Tong suddenly said. Her voice was very erratic. The 3 short words suddenly became firm in the end. Wang Tianzong glanced at her. "How about the Shadow Throne make a move first?" King Tong said. Since it was a deadlock, it proved that there was no chance for the time being. But the opportunity would come sooner or later. The deadlock would be broken sooner or later. All of this was uncontrollable. In this case, the Shadow Throne would be the one to break the deadlock. At least, it could control some of the initial situations, which was also an advantage. Of course, all of this was from the standpoint of the Wang family of Beihai. King Tong took the Shadow Throne to break the deadlock. She could only try her best to create a result that was beneficial to Wang Tianzong. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Tianzong shook his head. All of this seemed to be good for Wang Tianzong. But he and King Tong both knew that when all the superpowers in the dark world were involved, whoever couldn't help but take the initiative to make a move first was more likely to be the first to be eliminated. The Jiang family of South America and Knights Templars were the first to make a move in Eastern Europe. Now the 2 invincible realm experts of the Jiang family of South America had died, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. Jiang Qiansong had left a lot of chips and left in dismay. The entire Jiang family of South America would even end up being beaten by everyone. As for Knights Templars, Chaos, the chief of knights, also died without a whole body. As a branch of the Vatican in the Dark World, once Chaos died, the meaning of the existence of the entire Knights Templars would be greatly reduced. Unless the Vatican could find another invincible realm expert with firm belief, Knights Templars would almost be useless. Without an absolutely good opportunity and absolute certainty, who would dare to make a move? "It's not nonsense," King Tong said seriously. "I thought about it all night. This is the best way." "Those European giants won't agree," Wang Tianzong said. The Queen of the Shadow Throne was respected in the Shadow Throne. She was the master, but she could not be a dictator. No matter how powerful Rothschild was, it was impossible to forcibly reverse the will of all the giants in Western Europe. England, France, Germany, Italy, which country did not have a rich and powerful family with a long history? In terms of inheritance time, some giants even existed earlier than the Wang family of Beihai. Rothschild was much stronger than any giant. But when all the giants united, they became a force that could overturn the whole of Europe. No matter how strong Rothschild was, it did not have the strength to suppress such a force. The most important thing was that the Shadow Throne had no reason to do so. They were partners and close allies. But no one in the dark world liked to sacrifice themselves to illuminate others. "I'll convince them." King Tong looked straight at Wang Tianzong's face. "I'm very sober now. It's my decision to let the Shadow Throne take the lead, but it's not just because I like it. Do you understand?" She took action not only because of her admiration for Wang Tianzong. There were other reasons. Because she was the Queen of the Shadow Throne. "Tell me your reason." Wang Tianzong turned and walked into the living room of the hotel suite. He sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. The TV was the channel of Wulan State. All channels were broadcasting the scene in front of the office of the president. The Scarlet Star flag fluttered proudly in front of the office of the president. On this day, the whole Wulan State, and even the whole world were rebuking the madness of the Jiang family of South America. Wang Tianzong watched quietly. In many cases, the truth of the dark world was not important at all. What mattered was the general trend. The Jiang family of South America had lost the general trend. So in addition to the chaos in Eastern Europe, The Jiang family of South America had also become the target of everyone's attacks and interests. As for whether Jiang Qiansong had killed President Carlos or not, who would care? Who would? The only reason is that I believe in you. King Tong hesitated. She wanted to sit next to Wang Tianzong, but in the end, she sat opposite him. She looked into his eyes, and her eyes were a little blurred. You're the strongest man in this era. There's nothing you can't do. I believe in that. If you say you can break through, you can definitely break through. Tianzong, I'm looking forward to that day. In my heart, there should be no obstacles in front of the Wang family of Beihai, and the sword of Beihai should not have any scruples. I always remember what Uncle Wang said to me when I first climbed Mount Dibing when I was a child. Only those who can be unscrupulous can be sharp. Wang Tianzong was in a daze. Only those who could be unscrupulous could be sharp. This was the Wang family of Beihai more than 20 years ago. At that time, the Wang family of Beihai was invincible in the world. Its sharpness shocked the world, and was unparalleled in the world. The sword of the Wang family of Beihai was truly unscrupulous and arbitrary. That was the strongest sharpness. However, the sharpness that was enough to tear the whole world had completely disappeared more than 20 years ago. The Wang family of Beihai was still the strongest superpower in the dark world today, but it was no longer invincible. No matter how many reasons were behind all this, at least the reality was obvious. After Wang Tianzong became the patriarch, the Wang family of Beihai lost its unscrupulous confidence. He was the sword emperor and ranked first on the divine list. But the Wang family of Beihai, which was supported by him alone, did not return to its former peak state after all. He gave everything and burned himself desperately, but he could clearly sense that the Wang family of Beihai was slowly declining from its peak. The speed of this decline was very slow, but it really existed. No emotion could describe the anxiety and pressure in Wang Tianzong's heart. Even Summer Solstice did not know that her husband was tired and silent when he checked whether he could still stand straight in the mirror. Because in the eyes of the world, he was the Sword Emperor. He could only be the Sword Emperor. But in this era, the Sword Emperor was not invincible. It's different. Wang Tianzong whispered. His voice was very soft. It's different from that time. He had broken through the invincible realm with one foot. Even before the breakthrough, Wang Tianzong could be regarded as the strongest patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai in the past 100 years. At this moment, the strength of his swordsmanship had completely surpassed his father's. But the old patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai was much calmer than him. That was why he said that the unscrupulous was the sharpness. Wang Tianzong clearly remembered how heroic his father was when he said this sentence in those days. Because at that time, the Wang family of Beihai still owned the Li family. The Li family also owned the Wang family of Beihai. When the two stood side by side in Zhongzhou state, it was the unscrupulous and invincible sharpness. But now it was different. Wang Tianzong even thought more than once that if Li Tianlan could let go of some ambitions, if Li Tianlan and Wang Shengshao could stand side by side in the next few decades, what would the Wang family of Beihai and Li Tianlan look like at that time? But it seemed that imagination could only be imagination now. The Li family collapsed. It's true that the Wang family of Beihai no longer has the Li family, but there is still Rothschild. There seemed to be a golden flame burning in King Tong's eyes, which was extremely hot. I will convince all the wealthy families of the Shadow Throne that the Shadow Throne can pay a huge price. We will give up all the interests in Eastern Europe and bet on your breakthrough. Once you successfully take the last half step, the price that the Shadow Throne paid in Eastern Europe can be recovered in Western Europe. Wang Tianzong raised his eyebrows. Western Europe. Western Europe was the concentration of all the developed countries in Europe. That was the territory of the Shadow Throne. But now, King Tong wanted to recover all the interests in her own territory. Who was her target? Who else could it be? In the whole of Western Europe, there was only one force that could not be controlled by all the wealthy families and all the countries. The Holy Land. The Vatican. King Tong straightened up. Her figure was not as plump as that of Europeans. Instead, it was a little slender. But at this time, she stood there with an indescribable valiance. It should be recorded in the history of our two clans. In the past 500 years, there have been at least more than 200 years in the world. The Wang family of Beihai and Rothschild are playing the leading roles. That history was very long. But for such a huge family as Rothschild, everyone understood their history and their relationship with the Wang family of Beihai. In the heyday of the chosen one ancestor of the Wang family of Beihai, a female patriarch appeared in Rothschild. And the female patriarch gave birth to a child for the ancestor of the Wang family of Beihai. Then in the flow of history, the ancestor of the Lin clan appeared. Then the Lin clan hid from the world. The chosen one who founded Beihai passed away. Time surged forward like a huge wave. In that era and several eras, the extremely powerful Wang family of Beihai and Rothschild played the leading roles in the world. In the heyday of Rothschild, 2 popes of the Vatican came from this family. However, a change about 200 years ago almost completely overturned the situation in which Rothschild ruled Western Europe. The patriarch of Rothschild was assassinated. The patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai was seriously injured. In that era, a man named Monlier appeared in Western Europe. He was almost equivalent to Wang Tianzong in this era. However, he found a nearly perfect opportunity to completely break the situation that had lasted for a long time in Western Europe. In the end, he became the best and greatest pope of the Vatican in nearly 500 years. It was from that time that Rothschild, who had lost the Vatican, began to take another path. The shadow throne began to appear in Western Europe. During that period, in the most difficult time of the Wang family of Beihai and Rothschild, there was also a person named Li Xiuxin. He came to Zhongzhou state from Switzerland. That was the beginning and origin of the Li family. From that period to more than 20 years ago, the Wang family of Beihai and the Li family played the leading roles in the world. This history was recorded in the history of the Wang family of Beihai, in the history of Rothschild, and in the history of the Vatican. It was extremely clear. The memory was vivid. Wang Tianzong was silent for a long time. After losing the Li family, did the Wang family of Beihai want to restabilize its relationship with Rothschild and finally set foot on the top of the world again? The scene seemed beautiful. Wang Tianzong had no aversion to Rothschild. But that was not what he wanted. It was really not. This is the only choice at present. The Shadow Throne is also willing to give up the present and gamble on the future. King Tong looked at Wang Tianzong and said seriously. The only choice was that he had no choice. Wang Tianzong hated having no choice the most. He had now stepped into a new realm with 1 foot, and his sword intent had reached an unprecedented peak. Maybe in the next second he might break through. After the breakthrough, he could choose whatever he wanted. But he still needed an opportunity. This opportunity could be the next second, or it could be the rest of his life. Now he was only a paper-thin distance away from the invincible realm. This piece of paper had become very transparent, but it had unparalleled willfulness. If there was no suitable opportunity, he might not be able to break through this layer of paper in his lifetime. Tianzong. King Tong called him in a very gentle voice. Wang Tianzong reached out and patted her palm. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. In addition to the Shadow Throne, I have another candidate who is more suitable to break the situation. Wait a little longer." How is it possible? King Tong was a little incredulous. The person who takes action first is destined to lose, and even lose everything. Who will take action for you at this time? Of course, it's a person who has the ability to take action, but he has nothing. Wang Tianzong said calmly. Chapter 467. Wang Tianzong was talking about tyrants. Today, Eastern Europe was like a dark cloud hanging over the city. At the delicate moment when a storm was coming, there were at least 20 invincible realm experts gathered in Eastern Europe. 20 invincible realm experts. What did that mean? There were nearly 7 billion people in the world. And from the perspective of martial arts, the divine and holy lists represented the pinnacle of martial arts. 15 people on the divine list. There were 15 people on the holy roll. There were a total of 30 invincible realm experts. There were also a few who were not strong enough to be on the list. There were also people like Lin Fengting who hid their names. The total number of invincible realm experts in the world could not exceed 50. There were less than 50 invincible realm experts in a population of 7 billion. This number was much less than the number of heads of state in the world. In contrast, there were many half-step invincible realm experts who seemed to be only one step away from the real invincible realm. And there were many more thundershocking realm experts than half-step invincible realm experts. Fire-flaming realm experts, who could be regarded as super elites anywhere, were the main force of martial arts. Further down, the ice-condensing realm and chi-controlling realm were as vast as the sea, the cornerstone of martial arts. But compared with billions of ordinary people, the so-called ice-condensing realm and chi-controlling realm elites were also rare. It was hard to cross the threshold of martial arts. It was difficult to climb the martial path. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This also showed how precious the experts of the invincible realm were. Any invincible realm expert, no matter whether he was on the divine list or the holy list, or not qualified to be on the list, was a real big shot in the dark world. He was even a big shot who could protect a country. Now, the chaos in Eastern Europe had gathered the world's superpowers. There were also invincible realm experts who belonged to various powerful countries. At least 20 invincible realm experts gathered together. What did that mean? How majestic was the decisive battle in Tiandu 3 years ago? Only a few invincible realm experts showed up. This meant that Eastern Europe had gradually evolved into a chaos that the dark world had never seen in nearly 100 years. The general trend formed by such a chaotic situation was overwhelming. Ice condensing, chi controlling, fire flaming and thunder shocking, they had no right to resist at all. They could only go with the flow in the general trend. The peak of the thunder shocking realm and the half-step invincible realm could play a role. But in the deadlock, only an invincible realm expert could really break the deadlock. Now there was only one invincible realm expert in the entire dark world. He had nothing. Perhaps in the future, Jiang Qiansong would also be included. But now there was only one. An expert on the divine list, the former leader of the Polar Ground Alliance, Tyrant. This condition was too difficult, and the screening range was too small. So King Tong easily thought of this candidate. Tyrant? She asked. Yes. Wang Tianzong nodded. The indefinite grace I borrowed from you was prepared for Tyrant. King Tong thought for a moment and asked, where is Tyrant? I'm still looking. I've found some clues, so let's wait a little longer. Wang Tianzong said. He now had great hopes of breaking through, and he had Tyrant as an alternative to break the deadlock. Naturally, he did not want the Shadow Throne to fight desperately. Even if the Wang family of Beihai did not advance and retreat at the same time as Rothschild, their relationship was always close. Whenever there was a dispute in the Dark World, they were each other's best allies. If the Shadow Throne paid too much for the chaos in Eastern Europe, it would reduce the power of Wang Tianzong's side. King Tong frowned. There are many variables, she said. How can it be so easy to find an invincible realm expert hiding in the dark? And even if you find him, he may not be willing to work for you. There must be variables, but they are not as big as you think. Tyrant has nothing. If he is unwilling to quit, he can only take a risk. This will definitely be a big gamble. If the Wang family of Beihai fully supports him, what reason does he have to refuse? As for the position, the current tyrant has no position. King Tong thought carefully. With the prestige of the Sword Emperor in the Dark World and her own authority in the Shadow Throne, King Tong believed that if she insisted on breaking the deadlock, the possibility of the entire Shadow Throne agreeing to go crazy with the Wang family of Beihai was more than 80%. However, this kind of madness was only a choice made in desperation. Tyrant was indeed a good candidate. If he was willing to cooperate with the Wang family of Beihai, the Shadow Throne naturally did not want to pay any price. Where is Tyrant? King Tong asked. A few days ago he appeared in Snow Country. Our people were one step slower and lost him. Wang Tianzong shook his head. But don't worry. We will find him. King Tong said yes, and wanted to say something more. Wang Tianzong's cell phone suddenly rang. There was only one word on the caller ID. Solstice. Wang Tianzong glanced at King Tong and did not speak. King Tong, who was full of solemnity, suddenly became resentful. I'll go downstairs to order. King Tong was silent for a moment, stood up, and casually found an excuse to leave the suite. Wang Tianzong picked up the phone and said hello. Have you had dinner? On the other end of the phone, Summer Solstice's lazy and elegant voice sounded. It should be dawn in Wulan State now. Not yet. Wang Tianzong told the truth. King Tong went downstairs to order. Were you with King Tong last night? Summer Solstice's voice was soft. This question was not easy to answer, because Wang Tianzong couldn't understand what this sentence meant. He and King Tong were in a suite. He stood on the balcony all night, and King Tong slept in the bedroom all night. Were they together or not? Wang Tianzong looked out of the window. There was a luxurious and somewhat exaggerated floor-to-ceiling window in the living room of the suite. Looking through the window, the city was rainy and cold. It's raining in Reki City. Wang Tianzong changed the topic. Summer Solstice snorted softly. Wang Tianzong laughed. I watched the starry sky on the balcony all night, and I didn't come in until it rained at dawn. Are you satisfied now? Summer Solstice giggled and joked. My Majesty is getting more and more appropriate. It's Madam who taught me well, Wang Tianzong said solemnly. At this moment, all the chaotic and swaying moods last night seemed to have completely disappeared. Wang Tianzong could only feel calmness in his heart. Eastern Europe. Is it beautiful? Summer Solstice suddenly asked. Wang Tianzong's hand holding the phone stiffened slightly for a moment. He said blandly, It's average and it's very cold. I'm not afraid of the cold. Summer Solstice's voice seemed to contain something else. Beihai is better. It's suitable for cultivation, Wang Tianzong said. Summer Solstice fell silent and did not speak for a long time. Wang Tianzong did not say anything. The silence was gentle and heavy. After a long time, Xia Ji said softly, At this time, I should be by your side. As the hostess of the Wang family of Beihai, Summer Solstice rarely expressed her views on things outside Beihai. Most of the time, she was like a precious vase carefully cared for by Wang Tianzong. She was just carefree in her own little world. Fox said. But being carefree wasn't stupid. At every critical moment, Summer Solstice would appear at the right time. She really didn't understand the overall situation of the dark world, but someone did. As long as she wanted to listen, she could hear it at any time. Therefore, she understood the subtlety of the chaos in Eastern Europe very well. He also understood how tricky the situation Wang Tianzong was dealing with at this time was. It was no exaggeration to say that in such a chaotic situation, the Wang family of Beihai was the superpower that should be the most cautious. Because the Wang family of Beihai was the strongest, but it was not strong enough to sweep everything. Such a Wang family of Beihai would easily become the target of everyone. Once the Wang family of Beihai encountered a setback in Eastern Europe, as long as it was not a serious injury, given the current situation of Zhongzhou State, there might not be many people at the top of Zhongzhou State who would be indignant. The reason was also very simple. It was because the Wang family of Beihai was powerful. So Summer Solstice wanted to make a move. In the border war, she lost all her foundation. Even with the immortality potion, which had a heaven-defying effect, she still had not recovered. But the martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai was based on outbreak. If Summer Solstice broke out with all her strength, her combat capability in an instant would not be inferior to any expert at the peak of the invincible realm. Wang Tianzong, Lin Fengting, Li Guangtu, and Summer Solstice. When the four of them learned swordsmanship together, Summer Solstice had the best talent. If there had been no battle more than 20 years ago, the Wang family of Beihai might have even had the first female chosen one in the history of the Dark World. This also meant that even if Summer Solstice's foundation had completely collapsed, she could completely break the deadlock in the shortest time with a short outbreak. This also meant that even if Xia Ji's foundation had completely collapsed, she could completely break the stalemate in the shortest time with a short burst of power. Arcis of the Vatican, deity of the purgatory, and Lin Fengting of the Lin clan, whom the Wang family of Beihai did not want to think about now. After Summer Solstice's sword, it was basically a situation where both sides suffered. What deadlock could not be broken? No need. Wang Tianzong's eyes were calm and firm. I can handle it. Actually, it's nothing. I also want to go to Eastern Europe. Tianzong, I suddenly feel that it's almost time. Summer Solstice chuckled on the other end of the phone. Stop it. Wang Tianzong suddenly interrupted Summer Solstice. His voice was calm, with a hint of anger. The entire Mount Dibbing knew that His Majesty doted on Summer Solstice, and had never lost his temper. In Summer Solstice's impression, this seemed to be the first time that Wang Tianzong had interrupted her since she knew him. Maybe it was the second time? I can handle it here. Wang Tianzong held the cup in his hand. The heavy crystal cup slowly melted into pieces in his hand. The pieces slipped down along his fingertips and fell on the tea table. The water in the cup had completely turned into steam and melted in Wang Tianzong's hand. I can handle it, Wang Tianzong said again. Summer Solstice was silent for a longer time. I'm sorry. After a long time she whispered. I'm not. I know. Wang Tianzong laughed. His voice was low, not gentle, but strong as the sea. I can rest assured when you are at home. Not only because of the safety of you and Mount Dibbing, but also because I'm afraid that if you are not at home, I will not find the way home. There was a deep breath in the silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Tianzong held the phone tightly and said slowly, the current situation is a bit tricky, but no one in the dark world can touch me. Don't worry. In Eastern Europe, everything will have an explanation. There must be an explanation. I don't want any explanation. Summer Solstice said softly. Wang Tianzong laughed. His smile was extremely bitter and looked extremely unwilling. I'm sorry, he whispered. There were too many meanings in this sentence. Perhaps everyone in the world could understand Sword Emperor's helplessness and difficulties. Everyone in the world also understood the responsibility and weight of the Wang family of Beihai. But in Wang Tianzong's view, the so-called helplessness was his own incompetence. He only had Summer Solstice as a woman in his life. She was amazing in martial arts, and was even likely to become the first female chosen one in the history of the Dark World. She was his most cherished wife. She was his world. How important was that? But the most cherished woman in his life, who should have been the most dazzling woman in the Dark World, lived a life she didn't like before in Mount Dibbing because she lost her foundation. This kind of life had lasted for more than 20 years. More than 20 years. And the person who almost ruined Summer Solstice's life was still alive. There had to be an explanation for this matter. There had to be an explanation. Wang Tianzong could apologize to Summer Solstice because he carried a heavy burden. But some people, they didn't deserve to apologize. Wang Tianzong silently hung up the phone and looked at the rain outside the window. In the early morning of Reki City, there was a flash of thunder in the gloomy sky. The wind was getting stronger. The rain was majestic. Wang Tianzong looked at it silently. His eyes were indifferent, but with a kind of calmness and determination to the extreme. A soft knock on the door suddenly sounded. Wang Tianzong said casually, "Come in." Seeing no response from outside the door, he raised his eyebrows slightly, stood up, and repeated in Chinese, "Come in." The door, which was not closed, was gently pushed open. There seemed to be a cloud in the suite. An old man with a sage-like appearance walked into the living room with a smile. He was dressed in a neat Taoist robe, holding a floating sink, and had white beard and white hair. Such a dress was not common even in Zhongzhou State, which had become more and more respectful of traditional culture in recent years. In Eastern Europe, it was a complete anomaly. However, the feeling that the old man gave off was not abrupt. Instead, it was natural, and there was already a vague feeling of returning to one's true nature. "Taoist, welcome." Wang Tianzong chuckled and asked Xian Xuanzi to sit down. He personally poured him a glass of water and put a bag of tea provided by the hotel. The tea was made very casually, but it was already a great respect and politeness from Wang Tianzong. Only one Taoist priest in Zhongzhou State deserved this kind of respect. Metaphysics Grandmaster Xian Xuanzi. Taoist travels all day long. It took me a lot of effort to find you. Why don't you consider taking a rest in Mount Dibbing for a while? If there is a Taoist priest in Mount Dibbing, I will feel more at ease, Wang Tianzong said softly. He did not understand metaphysics, but he understood metaphysics. Although the essence of metaphysics was not omniscient and omnipotent prediction, it was not a pure conspiracy. Xianxuanzi was a person with real talent and learning. So was great master Wu Wei. Such a person might not be able to accurately predict anything without a huge push behind him, but at least he could know a general direction. This was the most real and rare part of metaphysics. The art of divination, Zhou 5 elements and 8 diagrams. Metaphysics was really mysterious and illusory. Real metaphysics grandmasters had always been rarer than invincible realm experts. The Wang family of Beihai had a profound foundation and once had its own metaphysics grandmaster, but there was no one in this generation. But Wang Tianzong could also understand the benefits that a real metaphysics grandmaster could bring to the family. In his invitation was extremely sincere. This was not the first time he had invited Xianxuanzi. However, Xianxuanzi had never given a clear answer. Now his status was equivalent to that of a visiting official of the Wang family of Beihai, but he rarely went to Mount Dibing. The possibility of him staying in Mount Dibing was even smaller. I'm used to being idle. If I stay in one place for too long, I will feel uncomfortable. I'd better not stay in Mount Dibing. It's not difficult for your majesty to find me. I rarely leave Zhongzhou state. With the foundation of the Wang family of Beihai, it's easy to find someone in Zhongzhou state if you want to, Xianxuanzi said with a warm smile. Wang Tianzong smiled, lowered his head, and lit a cigarette. In the rising smoke, an inexplicable light flashed in Xianxuanzi's eyes. The chaos in Eastern Europe was in a stalemate. Xianxuanzi knew that Wang Tianzong would find him. Even if he didn't know, Qin Weibai would tell him that Wang Tianzong would find him since he was the 13th supermaster of Samsara Palace hidden in the dark. Therefore, Xianxuanzi appeared in front of the intelligence system of the Wang family of Beihai at a more suitable time, and then he was naturally taken to Eastern Europe. Xianxuanzi was a little confused. He could roughly know Wang Tianzong's purpose, but he couldn't figure out Qin Weibai's mind. Wang Tianzong invited Xianxuanzi. Qin Weibai knew this news, but she never gave him any orders. There was no need to deliberately mislead or hide anything. Her orders were only 4 words. Tell the truth. Tell the truth to Wang Tianzong? Xianxuanzi became more and more confused about Qin Weibai's meaning. He picked up the teacup, lowered his head, and took a sip of tea. He said with a smile, Your Majesty, have you been confused recently? The situation in Eastern Europe is very tricky. Wang Tianzong said. Taoist priest, do you have any advice? The situation in Eastern Europe is the contemporary general trend. I can't see through it. Xianxuanzi looked at Wang Tianzong. His eyes were calm and calm. Since he was telling the truth, he naturally had a clear conscience. Can't you see through it, Taoist priest? Wang Tianzong asked. No one can see through it. Since it is the contemporary general trend, there will inevitably be countless possibilities, and each possibility will have different causes and effects. I can't see through it, and I dare not see it, Xianxuanzi said with a smile. Wang Tianzong nodded slowly and suddenly asked, What if Beihai moves first? Xianxuanzi was silent for a long time, as if he was calculating. After a long time he shook his head. It's all possible. It meant that they might win or lose. Wang Tianzong narrowed his eyes and smoked a small half of the cigarette. I see that your Majesty's sword intent is extremely strong. If there is no accident, this should be the critical moment of your Majesty's martial arts in this life. In this case, I have a suggestion, Xianxuanzi said slowly. It's better to stay still than to move. Between movement and silence, Wang Tianzong did not know how to choose, nor did he know if he could choose. That was the biggest confusion he had. Silence? He asked. Wait and see. Xianxuanzi nodded. Wang Tianzong turned his head and looked at the direction of the office of the president through the French window of the hotel. He could not see the office of the president from this height, but the bright red color of the star flag was still clear. Wang Tianzong looked at the flag in his sight and suddenly asked, Taoist priest, do you think I can break through and become the only chosen one in the dark world? There were not so many possibilities for this kind of thing. Only yes or no. So this question was easy for Xianxuanzi to answer. Breaking through is inevitable. Xianxuanzi did not hesitate. he answered quickly, but when he thought about it carefully, this sentence was only half a sentence. Wang Tianzong turned his head and glanced at Xian Xuanzi. Xian Xuanzi looked at Wang Tianzong strangely, with some emotion and some pity. "What is the chosen one in your majesty's mind?" Xian Xuanzi suddenly asked. "The chosen one is naturally an invincible person," Wang Tianzong answered without hesitation. This was his philosophy. The strongest person, the invincible person, was the chosen one. "But in my opinion, the chosen one is actually perfect. Your dark world has divided martial arts into many levels, but when did your majesty hear that the chosen one is also a level? Before the invincible realm appeared, the first invincible realm was the chosen one. Before the thunder-shocking realm appeared, the first invincible realm was the chosen one. In a sense, Li Shua, it's true that the invincible person is the chosen one, but it's not absolute. The chosen one is actually perfect. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all perfect. When countless seemingly accidental conditions gather on the strongest person, he will be the real chosen one. The chosen one is not a realm, but a person. There is only one truly invincible person." Xian Xuanzi looked at Wang Tianzong with real pity in his eyes. "Taoist, do you mean that I'm not perfect?" Wang Tianzong asked. "Your majesty is amazing enough. It's almost beyond the limit of human beings to reach this step, and even continue to take half a step. It's a move against the natural order. The Wang family of Beihai has a deep foundation and strong fate. It also has the right time and the right place." Xian Xuanzi lowered his eyelids and told the truth. "But Beihai is not stable. How can it be perfect when the right time, the right place, and the right people are all right? With your majesty's talent, you are destined to break through the last half step. But if you don't have enough fate, I don't know what kind of state it will be, because I have never seen the real chosen one." Wang Tianzong suddenly had nothing to say. He thought for a long time and asked slowly, "Taoist, can you help me?" Xian Xuanzi smiled and said calmly, "This is something your majesty needs to make a choice. I can't help you." "Choice. Choice." Wang Tianzong leaned forward slightly and put his hands on the table. He looked into Xian Xuanzi's eyes and asked, "What do I need to choose?" Xian Xuanzi sighed softly. He gently swung the horsetail whisk in his hand, and it fell on Wang Tianzong's left hand. "Your sword," he said slowly. "This." He looked at his horsetail whisk and lowered his eyebrows. Wang Tianzong looked down at the horsetail whisk, and his face suddenly became a little pale. Xian Xuanzi's horsetail whisk fell on the ring finger of his left hand. He wore a ring on the ring finger. It was the wedding ring of him and summer solstice. Xian Xuanzi looked at him with soft eyes. "Your Majesty, there are too many things in your heart. It's better to let go." Wang Tianzong was in a daze. His sword guarded the Wang family of Beihai. His ring was his pass with summer solstice. Was this the so-called choice? But he forgot one thing. Xian Xuanzi was talking about his sword. This. There were no words before the two. It was not sword or this, nor sword in this. It was sword this. Wang Tianzong thought about his life silently and said in a dull tone, "Let go." Xian Xuanzi did not speak. "If I let go, what would all the things I've done in this life count for? Tranquil, forbearing, glorious, warm, invincible, all of the past, what did that count for? Like the autumn leaves." Wang Tianzong looked at his palm. "If I let go," Xian Xuanzi said quietly, "nothing in the world." Divine Emperor of Nine Heavens. Chapter 468. On August 10th, it rained moderately in Linen. The dense rain sprinkled all over the city, and the scenery of the whole West Lake became more and more charming. The lonely boat on the West Lake was still drifting aimlessly. The person on the boat was still fishing. This picture seemed to have become a part of the West Lake. Day and night, it seemed to be an eternal scenery. The person watching the scenery was still watching the scenery. The scenery was not boring. He was not tired of watching it either. The private room on the Mingyue Tower was still elegant. He sat in front of the window with a pale face, looking out, silent like a statue. The lonely boat in the center of the lake was far and near, near and far. Time passed slowly. The sky was still gloomy, and the rain was getting heavier. He quietly looked at the lonely boat drifting with the wind and rain on the lake. The hazy scenery of the whole West Lake seemed to be far away from him. In his eyes, there was only the dark night on the lonely boat. The night was like a curtain, deep and obscure. A ray of light lit up in the almost extreme darkness. It was like the first ray of light that illuminated the world at dawn. His pupils contracted slightly, and he narrowed his eyes and laughed. The whole elegant private room seemed to have merged with him. As his chuckle spread, the whole private room became extremely cold and empty. The phone suddenly rang. He casually took the phone on the table, glanced at it, and answered it. A somewhat embarrassed face appeared on the screen of the phone, with some undisguised annoyance. He looked down at the phone screen and did not speak. "Your Majesty." The voice of the person on the other end of the phone was hoarse, and he seemed to be a little embarrassed. "I didn't find Jiang Qiansong." On the other end of the phone was Mellad, the second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican, and also the first follower of His Majesty. His Majesty looked at him quietly. "Why? I was entangled by the master of Samsara Palace for a while. When I arrived at the address Your Majesty gave me, they should have entered the secret base of the Jiang family of South America. I looked around for a few days, but I didn't find a suitable opportunity." The follower looked ashamed. He knew very well what an important position Jiang Qiansong played in His Majesty's plan. He was the second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican, and he followed Holy Virgin Angel to Reki City. Jiang Qiansong almost ran away under his nose, but he did not stop him. This was equivalent to directly destroying a very important chess piece of His Majesty. The disciple lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I'm useless." His Majesty nodded and said, "Oh, are you sure you met the master of Samsara Palace?" he asked. The follower hesitated slightly. Before he could speak, His Majesty had already said indifferently, "Don't think about it. If it was really the master of Samsara Palace, you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and talk to me. It's my incompetence." The disciple repeated his words. His Majesty was silent for a while, and looked at the lonely boat in the distance. After a long time he said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Since you can't get the chips of the Jiang family of South America, your task in the Vatican will be heavier. I will try my best to create an opportunity for you to control the Holy Disarmament Corps. Wait for my news." Control the Holy Disarmament Corps? The disciple was stunned for a moment. What about Arsis? He was the second commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps, and the commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps was Arsis. Among the few experts at the peak of the invincible realm in the Dark World, Arsis was not very powerful in his normal state. But after the coronation, Arsis was almost no weaker than anyone. He could be said to be the biggest deterrent force the Vatican had placed in Eastern Europe. As long as he was there, the follower could only be the second commander. "Nothing." His Majesty's tone was a little cold. "If he dies, you will naturally become the new commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps." The follower looked at His Majesty on the screen of the mobile phone, and there was a flash of fiery excitement in his eyes. The matter of the Jiang family of South America can be put aside. Next, keep an eye on Angel, His Majesty said and hung up the phone directly. There was a knock on the door almost at the same time as the phone was hung up. A figure pushed the door open and walked in, calm and composed. "Secretary Wang, sit down." His Majesty smiled and reached out to invite Wang Qinglei, who was still staying in Linen, to sit down. He asked, "How many days before the meeting?" Wang Qinglei had been attending the high-profile Southeast Conference in Lin and in recent days. Shortly after the end of the Yuzhou Conference, under Wang Qinglei's proposal, the high-level officials of Wuyue, Jianghuai, Jiangxia, and Minnan provinces met frequently, and finally decided to establish the Economic Circle of the Four Provinces, which was the Southeast Conference held in Linen today. There was no doubt that after the end of the Yuzhou Conference, the Southeast Group was dissatisfied with the Li family's comeback. Once the Economic Circle of the Four Provinces was established, the four provinces would be more closely connected. At that time, all the pressure would be on the Li family, which had just gained a foothold in Jiangxia. "It will end tomorrow." Wang Qinglei poured himself a cup of tea and said casually. His Majesty said thoughtfully. What can I do for you? Wang Qinglei asked directly. You and I have special identities. If there are no special circumstances, I think it's better to meet less, especially in such a sensitive situation. Of course. His Majesty chuckled. You and I have been friends for nearly 10 years. You should know me. If it's not important, I won't meet you rashly. Wang Qinglei twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled. His Majesty took out a large but old file bag from his side. He handed the file bag to Wang Qinglei and said softly, I hope this thing can appear in front of Xianming as soon as possible. What do you mean? Wang Qinglei frowned subconsciously. He knew this thing. If he was right, it should be an X-ray film of some years. Wang Qinglei didn't know what it meant to appear in front of the person in charge of intelligence of the Wang family of Beihai. Eastern Europe has now entered a stalemate again. I think His Majesty the Sword Emperor is also in a dilemma. But the stalemate is not good for anyone. My thing may help the Sword Emperor make up his mind. His Majesty said with a smile. Wang Qinglei took the X-ray film in his hand, raised his eyes and said, May I have a look? Up to you. His Majesty's tone was calm. Wang Qinglei took out the X-ray film and looked at it for a long time. The light in the room was a little dim, and he didn't know martial arts or medicine, so he couldn't see what this X-ray film meant at all. I don't understand. Wang Qinglei looked at His Majesty and said. You don't need to understand. Wang Tianzong will understand. His Majesty said in a calm tone. Wang Qinglei took a deep look at him, put the X-ray film back into the bag, and said slowly, You have been paying attention to Eastern Europe, but you don't go there. If your plan can be implemented, what will be the final result of the chaos in Eastern Europe? There was silence in the box. His Majesty didn't seem to know how to answer. After a long time he said calmly, This is a big problem. What will happen to Tianzong? Wang Qinglei straightforwardly asked the question he was most concerned about. His Majesty gave him a strange look, thought for a moment and said, It depends on the final result. If Li Tianlan dies, he dies. If Li Tianlan lives, he lives. Wang Qinglei looked at His Majesty quietly, waiting for his explanation. Li Tianlan is very strong. If he eventually grows up, I can't think of any other candidate who can balance him except Wang Tianzong. But everything has its priority. At least in the chaos in Eastern Europe, my main goal is Qin Weibai. Only when she dies can I be free. After Qin Weibai, it's Li Tianlan's turn. If Li Tianlan dies, it's the best thing. But if he can live, I can only put this matter aside. If Li Tianlan lives, his rise will be unstoppable, so Wang Tianzong must also live. Wang Qinglei narrowed his eyes and digested the information His Majesty had said. If Li Tianlan grows up, even you are no match for him? No. His Majesty said calmly. My state is similar to his, but it's completely different. But he goes faster than me. In the end, it's hard for me to be his match. What about Tianzong? Wang Qinglei asked. He will break through. At present, the chaos in Eastern Europe is the only opportunity for him to break through. But even if he breaks through, he is not absolutely invincible. At least the Samsara Palace has the power to balance Wang Tianzong. So the best result is that Qin Weibai, Li Tianlan, and Wang Tianzong all die. If this becomes a reality, the whole world will be our country. Qin Weibai is indeed very important. Wang Qinglei nodded thoughtfully. But I remember you once said that you didn't seem to have won the game with her. That's not the point. His Majesty said lightly. Life is like a game of chess, but it's not a real chess game. A temporary victory or defeat is not important. What matters is that I have to win in the most critical game. She is in the light, and I am in the dark. I know almost all her chess pieces, but she doesn't know who I am. I can even push Wang Tianzong to break the deadlock in Eastern Europe. Does Qin Weibai want to win? Wang Qinglei didn't speak. He just slowly tapped his fingers on the file bag in front of him with X-rays. Secretary Wang, please. His Majesty turned to look at him, and his voice was very sincere. Wang Qinglei smiled and said, Before tonight, this thing will appear in front of Xianming, and before tomorrow morning, it will arrive in Eastern Europe. He stood up with the file bag. That's good. His Majesty nodded and picked up the teacup in front of him. Wang Qinglei glanced at him and left the private room without a word. His Majesty quietly sipped the tea and looked at the lake in the distance. On the lake in the distance, the lonely boat gradually drifted over, with a dark and pure sword intent. The wisps of light in the darkness had begun to disappear, and it became quiet again. His Majesty looked down at his watch. It was close to noon. He picked up the menu and began to order. Lunch was not simple. It was so sumptuous that it could almost be called a dinner party. The entire kitchen of Mingyue Tower began to become busy with His Majesty's order. His Majesty took out a bottle of fine Huodia wine from the corner and prepared 2 wine glasses. After everything was done, he looked at his watch again. There was a knock on the door quietly. The person outside the door did not push the door open and waited quietly. His Majesty smiled, got up, and took the initiative to open the door. An old man, who was neatly dressed but a little hunched, stood outside the door of the box. He looked at His Majesty's face with a strange look in his eyes. His Majesty looked at him and said with a chuckle, "Boss Li, you're here. How wonderful." In the whole dark world, there was only one person who deserved His Majesty to call Senior Li. Li Honghe. "You're welcome." Li Honghe shook his head and walked into the box. The kitchen had begun to serve. Delicious dishes with good color, smell, and taste were served one after another. His Majesty opened the bottle of Huodia wine. The fragrance of wine filled the air. Li Honghe quietly looked at His Majesty, who was very active, and suddenly said, "I don't know you. Who are you? Why did you ask me to come here?" The 3 questions were straightforward and to the point. His Majesty smiled. Outside the window, the gloomy light sprinkled in and shone on his face. It was a somewhat stiff but extremely ordinary face. "I've admired Senior Li for a long time. I propose a toast to you." His Majesty's voice was calm, and he picked up the wine glass. Li Honghe looked down at the wine in the glass, picked it up, and drank it up. His Majesty drank the wine in the glass without hesitation and looked at Li Honghe. His smile was strong, but his eyes were a little cold. "Good wine." Li Honghe put down the glass and poured another glass. "The wine with glazed stars and blue flowers is of course good wine." His Majesty said with a chuckle, "There were many kinds of poisons in this world. Some were very toxic. Some of them were extremely toxic. Glazed stars and blue flowers were completely out of the category of highly toxic. They were really deadly poisons. The combination of the 2 could easily kill anyone." Li Honghe glanced at him. "Are you afraid?" His Majesty's eyes were cold. "I had a brother. His name is Yudonglai." Li Honghe said quietly, "I know, the famous poison doctor. But he's not with you. How can he save you?" His Majesty sneered. "Don't get me wrong. Poison Doctor is my brother, and I naturally have the ability to distinguish poisons. If this glass of wine is really poisoned, I won't drink it. And how precious are glazed stars and blue flowers. They are all legendary things. How can you waste them on me, a dying man who is no longer in the invincible realm?" His expression was calm and composed, without the slightest change. His Majesty looked at Li Honghe coldly. After a long time he suddenly laughed. "The serene blue flower and the glazed star are indeed legendary things. Elderly is really experienced and knowledgeable. Let alone using these things to poison Elderly, I haven't even seen these things before." Li Honghe's face remained unchanged, as calm as still water. "I wonder if Senior Li can show me the legendary deadly poisons?" His Majesty suddenly said, "Blue flowers and glazed stars. I haven't heard of these things in recent years. I'm afraid they are extinct. How can I have them? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Li Honghe said, "I'm not disappointed." His Majesty said with a smile, "No matter how deadly the blue flowers and glazed stars are, they are dead things after all. But I heard that the Li family raised a bird in those days. What I want to see today is actually that bird, Senior Li." Li Honghe said expressionlessly, "I don't know what you're talking about. Glazed stars are extremely hot. They generally live in volcanic environments. They can be called peerless fire poison. Blue flowers are extremely cold. They come from glaciers and are extremely insidious. I heard that back then, the Li family collected 2 kinds of strange poisons for the poison doctor. In order to fuse them together, you use countless resources to cultivate a bird with a special biological structure. The bird was named Linnet, and it could perfectly fuse the poison of extreme heat and the poison of extreme cold. His Majesty looked at Li Honghe softly and said, "Senior Li, what I want is that bird." Li Honghe lowered his head to eat and said lightly, "I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you so stingy, Senior Li? I don't want that bird for nothing. I believe the reward can also satisfy you," His Majesty said with a sincere smile. "Oh." Li Honghe glanced at him. "What can you give me?" His Majesty's eyes flashed and he said, "I can, swish." As soon as he opened his mouth and his voice came out, Li Honghe suddenly raised his palm. The fine wine in the glass rose in the air as if it was slashed in the face, sharp as a sword. Li Honghe pounced on the mysterious Majesty without hesitation and grabbed his face directly with one hand. Chapter 469. There was a sudden change. Everything happened so suddenly that no one was prepared for it at all. His Majesty's voice was still echoing in the air. The sharp sword-like wine in Li Honghe's palm had already arrived in front of His Majesty. His Majesty narrowed his eyes and took a step back. Without any time to think, he directly punched Li Honghe's palm. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the private room. The sword intent collided with the power. The wine mixed with sword intent swept through the entire private room, looking extremely dazzling. Li Honghe's body shook slightly and his face turned pale. The wine that was splashed by him seemed to be endless. Countless water droplets flew in all directions and bounced off the walls. The entire private room was filled with shining sword light in an instant. His Majesty snorted and waved his fist again. It was midsummer, but the temperature in the entire private room suddenly became cold. The gradually louder sound of the rain, the noise of the Westlake tourists, and the music of the bright moon tower. Everything disappeared completely. The water droplets shining with sword energy began to dim. Everything around him became cold and empty in silence. All that was left in Li Honghe's sight was the simple punch. The slow but powerful punch seemed to overturn the whole Westlake. His Majesty took a step forward. His face was expressionless, but his entire body exuded an almost invincible aura. Li Honghe was familiar with this feeling. This was the momentum that belonged to the peak of the invincible realm, majestic and vast. The water droplets shining with sword light gathered wildly and rushed toward His Majesty's fist. The iron fist collided with the sword light for a moment. The sword light completely scattered, and light began to appear in the cold and dark private room. Li Honghe's body jerked back a few steps under the tremendous force. His Majesty, who was high above, flew directly up and hit the wall. A mouthful of blood completely dyed the wall red. He frowned slightly and looked at Li Honghe, his eyes cold and indifferent. Li Honghe looked thoughtfully at His Majesty, who fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing manner. Li Honghe had now fallen from the invincible realm. His real strength was probably equivalent to that of a half-step invincible realm expert, and it was declining every day. His Majesty's realm was extremely high, but his combat capability was incredibly weak. Seriously speaking, the power he exerted was only equivalent to that of the peak of the thundershocking realm. This was enough to explain a lot of things. "Take off your mask." Li Honghe looked at His Majesty in front of him, and said in a flat tone. His mask could almost be mistaken for the real thing. But the muscles on his face were extremely stiff. After careful observation, Li Honghe could easily confirm that the other party was talking to him with a mask. "You think you've got me?" His Majesty slowly stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneered. "You're in a special state. Do you dare to go all out?" Li Honghe said indifferently. "Your current state is somewhat similar to my grandson's." "Your grandson?" His Majesty sneered. Li Honghe looked into his eyes and said calmly, "Who on earth are you?" The other party's state was very special. To some extent, it was similar to Li Tianlan's, but also completely opposite. Li Tianlan's body was perfect, but his realm was not enough for the time being. The other party had a realm, but his body was extremely fragile. In a flash, Li Honghe could completely determine the other party's state. This so-called His Majesty had been seriously injured for an unknown period of time. Although his martial arts foundation had not been destroyed, it was already on the verge of collapse, which also led to a great reduction in the power of his attack. Otherwise, with the momentum shown by the other party, once his injury was healed, Li Honghe thought that even at his peak, it would be difficult for him to win against him. Does it matter who I am? His Majesty walked back to the table and sat down. The two fought in a flash. Although the sword energy and power did not overflow out of the window, the whole box was already in a mess. Of course, the dishes could not be eaten, but the wine could still be drunk. His Majesty poured himself a glass of wine, drank it up, and said calmly, "You must agree to my conditions." Li Honghe ignored his words and just asked, "Does it matter whether your life is important or not?" The meaning of this sentence was obvious. It was a naked threat. If you don't tell me who you are, I'll kill you. If you force your hand, you will also die. His Majesty's voice became colder and colder. It's worth it. I don't have much time left. Your existence makes me uneasy. Why can't I take you with me? Li Honghe smiled. This meeting had been a little inexplicable. Li Honghe felt that something was wrong when he saw the so-called Majesty. It was a feeling that something was becoming out of control. Li Honghe didn't like this feeling. Although he was smiling, the killing intent in his eyes had gradually become obvious. A crippled life could eliminate a great threat. Was there anything more worthwhile than this? Indeed. His Majesty was silent for a while and chuckled. You and I can go together. I heard that Senior Li left a few men of sacrifice after the collapse of the Li family. They used the code names of the Big Dipper. Now they are all exposed. Why not? I've seen the cemetery of the Southeast Procuratorate. It's really amazing. But how many of those tombstones are empty graves? Why not check it? Why not investigate the relationship between the Purgatory of Heaven Capital and Senior Li? Oh, by the way, and Li Tianlan, his parents. Enough, Li Honghe suddenly said. His voice was extremely stable, but his eyes became extremely deep. His Majesty turned to look at him, and still made the same request. I want cardinals. At least, I need 5 drops of cardinal's blood. Cardinal's blood was the most poisonous, the most cold and the most hot. His Majesty stayed in Lin, and for so long for these drops of cardinal's blood. Li Honghe stared at His Majesty in front of him. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. The man opposite him seemed to know too much. You know the Li family very well, he said slowly. Not bad. His Majesty's smile was gentle. But you know these things, but you don't say it. Can I understand that it's also in your interest to keep these things hidden? Li Honghe asked seriously. I don't deny that, but I know a lot of secrets. Exposing the Li family's secrets will have an impact on my whole plan. But you have to believe one thing. These effects are definitely not as important to me as cardinals. Li Honghe looked at him, as if to determine whether his words were true or not. Who are you going to kill with cardinal's blood? Li Honghe asked. It can help me recover from my injury, but it's not for killing. His Majesty said slowly. Li Honghe was silent. Obviously, His Majesty had a realm but no strength because of his injury. If he could recover from his injury, he would do it at all costs. I can also say a lot of things about the Li family. These can be secrets, or they can be made public. The difference is those drops of cardinal's blood. His Majesty said again. You know the Li family very well. Li Honghe repeated it again. It's often your enemy who knows you best, isn't it? His Majesty looked at Li Honghe and said with a smile. Enemy. Li Honghe raised his eyebrows. The Li family owes me. His Majesty took out another big bag from the corner of the box and threw it to Li Honghe. This was what he had just given Wang Qinglei. They were all X-rays. One would appear in front of Wang Tianzong tomorrow at the latest. And the other one was now given to Li Honghe by him. The 2 X-rays were exactly the same. Li Honghe knew poison doctor, so he knew medicine. Because of this, when he saw the hologram, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 470. It was still raining in Eastern Europe. The rain, which had lasted for several days and nights, raged through the whole city with the wind. The rain was overwhelming, messy, dense, and blank and desolate. There was no clear change of seasons in Eastern Europe. The cool summer had passed, the rainy season was over, and the whole of Eastern Europe was about to enter the cold winter. Therefore, the atmosphere of the whole Wulon state seemed to become depressed and cold with the cold wind and rain. The great change of the Rekvia family directly tilted the position of the whole Wulon state to Zhongzhou state unconditionally. For several days, Prime Minister Riker, who was temporarily the president of Wulon state, had issued rigorous, sincere, and apologetic apologies to Zhongzhou state, and severely condemned the despicable and insidious Jiang family of South America. All the statements were distributed through the diplomatic department of Wulon state. They not only resounded throughout the country, but also announced to the world. With Wulon state's clear statement, Oga state and Ross state also announced that the previous dispute was all a misunderstanding. The two countries were willing to take full responsibility for the dispute and give Zhongzhou state adequate compensation. For a while, it seemed that the apology of the three Eastern European countries was echoing all over the world. The international image of Zhongzhou state was completely reversed in the fastest time. When people around the world believed that Zhongzhou state was innocent, the world's major powers, which had exerted great pressure on Zhongzhou state at the United Nations meeting and even made clear threats, all kept silent awkwardly. Every powerful country knew what the truth was, and they could see the humiliation of Wulon state, Oga state, and Ross state from the statements. But in the game at the national level, the truth was often the least valuable thing. Only the outcome could determine everything. Zhongzhou state won, so it naturally had the qualification to write the facts. Snow Country, the only hegemon country in Eastern Europe, once asked Zhongzhou state to withdraw from Eastern Europe at the United Nations meeting. Otherwise, it would bring war to Zhongzhou state, was the most embarrassed. On the first day of Wulon state's apology statement, the president of Snow Country, who was known for his toughness in the world, had called Zhongzhou state and expressed his intention to visit Zhongzhou state in the near future through the embassy. It was clear that he wanted to apologize. After all, the chaos in Eastern Europe happened in Eastern Europe. As the hegemon of Eastern Europe, Snow Country had to consider the attitude of Zhongzhou state, the hegemon of the world, when it could not expel Zhongzhou state from Eastern Europe. Although other countries were not as obvious as Snow Country, they also expressed their apologies to Zhongzhou state through different channels. The specific way in which these apologies were presented was for the benefit of the country. The change in Wulon state caused by Li Tianlan continued to set off aftershocks in an awkward and weird atmosphere. However, the major forces in the dark world had reacted as soon as possible and poured into Wulon state. On August 8th, the chairman of the board of directors of the American Hero International Group came to Eastern Europe to inspect the investment environment in Eastern Europe and determine the investment direction in the shortest time. The Hero Group believed that with Wulon state as the center, the nearby 5 countries, including Oga state and Ross, were the most valuable places for investment. The Hero Group dominated America and was the absolute giant in the whole of America. In the dark world, the Hero Group had another name: American Heroes Guild. The chairman of the board of directors of the Hero Group was the president of the Heroes Club, who was ranked on the divine list, and was very close to the peak of the invincible realm. With the Heroes Club statement, on the morning of August 9th, the Eastern Church, the largest religious organization in Eastern Europe, issued a statement at the same time. Patriarch Calendar, one of the 4 patriarchs of the Eastern Church, was about to visit Wulon state and bring the glory of God to this war-torn country. On the night of August 9, Kasrater, the god of war of Star State, officially issued a statement that the terrorist Pluto, who had been wanted by Star State for nearly 10 years and had caused great losses to Star State, had sneaked into Wulon state. Kasrater hoped that Wulon state could provide convenience. The men in black would immediately enter Wulon state, and at the same time, they would do their best to protect the stability of Wulon state and stop terrorist activities. At the same moment, Fantasy World, a superpower in North America, responded to Kasrater's call and expressed its willingness to cooperate with the men in black's actions in Wulon state. On the morning of August 10th, Arsis, the commander of the Holy Disarmament Corps of the Vatican, came to Reiki City. The Holy Disarmament Corps and the Holy Punishment Priest Group were mighty. Angel, the Holy Virgin of the Vatican, who had been walking with the Snowdance Corps, left the Snowdance Corps and re-entered the Vatican's team. On the same night, the Holy Disarmament Corps, known as the strongest combat force of the Vatican, was attacked. Black Knight, the leader of the Dark Knights of Northern Europe, personally took action and killed 15 Holy Disarmament warriors. He left before Arceus could take action and escaped unscathed. After several superpowers, more and more small and medium-sized organizations in the Dark World began to enter Reiki City. On August 11th, in Reiki City, there was a storm, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The sky seemed to be always gloomy, and the humidity in the air was constantly increasing. The rainy season in Wulon State had passed halfway, and the gradually cold air swept over from the polar region in the distance. Even in Reiki City, which was not affected by the polar sun and the polar night, the day seemed to be dyed with a layer of twilight. The whole city looked cold and restless in the surging undercurrent. In just a few days, the whole Reiki City was in a turbulent situation. The major forces frequently made appointments with the high-level officials of Wulon State and influential figures of authority in an almost ostentatious manner. All their actions seemed to be undisguised. The Snowdance Corps had been silent. The reason was simple. Since the battle on August 7th, Li Tianlan had been in a coma. It was normal for him to be in a coma after being seriously injured. But Li Tianlan was in a coma at the wrong time. Zhongzhou State had taken down Wulon State, but Li Tianlan did not have time to suppress all the variables, which was tantamount to giving other superpowers a chance. Although the chance was very small. Although Zhongzhou State had an absolute advantage. But if they entered Wulon State at this time, there was still a possibility of turning the situation around. Wulon State was too important. This was the most important place in the whole of Europe that military experts had to fight for. Controlling this place was tantamount to controlling an important lifeline of Eastern and Western Europe. The benefits it meant could completely support the rapid rise of a super-powerful family. No one was willing to give up this place. Now that there was a chance, almost everyone flocked to it. Most importantly, the Shadow Throne was also moving. The intelligence of the Dark World had always been extremely timely. Everyone knew that the elites of the Shadow Throne had begun to enter Reiki City. The Shadow Throne had never concealed this news. Similarly, everyone knew that the Shadow Throne was cooperating with the Wang family of Beihai. The Snowdance Corps now represented Zhongzhou State in Eastern Europe. But who dared to say that the Wang family of Beihai could not represent Zhongzhou State? Who dared to say that the Sword Emperor of Zhongzhou State could not represent the Wang family of Beihai? As a close ally of the Wang family of Beihai, the Shadow Throne was moving, which at least showed that the Shadow Throne had never given up Wulon State. It also showed that the Sword Emperor was not satisfied with the fact that the Snowdance Corps dominated Wulon State. The Sword Emperor and Zhongzhou State wanted Wulon State. But the Sword Emperor did not like the Snowdance Corps to get Wulon State. Once some of these grievances were deeply thought about, it was enough for all the superpowers to find countless opportunities. Although the Sword Emperor was powerful, before the dust settled, who would think that they would lose? Just like the failure of the Jiang family of South America, 3 invincible realm experts and nearly 1,000 elites were killed by Li Tianlan out of the feast in Eastern Europe. The example of the weak defeating the strong happened every year in the Dark World. Therefore, when Li Tianlan was still in a coma and Wang Tianzong was silent, all the superpowers were trying their best to establish their own foundation in Reiki City. Wang Tianzong seemed to have seen it, but he seemed not to have seen it. He had never expressed any opinion about it, nor had he targeted any force. No one knew what Wang Tianzong was thinking. As the superpowers entered Wulon State one after another, although the current situation in Wulon State was stable, the actions of the superpowers gradually brought some variables to the stable situation. Although it was impossible for the superpowers to completely destroy everything that Zhongzhou State had in Wulon State in the shortest time, in the long run, it would make people uncomfortable. Moreover, the superpowers that could dominate the Dark World had countless resources behind them. If they were allowed to go on like this, who knew what they would do? More and more doubts began to gather inside the high-level officials of Zhongzhou State. At noon on August 12th, when General Anderson, the Minister of Defense of Reki City, was assassinated in his office, the news came out, and Zhongzhou State finally turned its inner doubts into substantive actions. President Li Huaqing of Zhongzhou State personally held a video conference with Wang Tianzong. Li Huaqing was alone. Wang Tianzong was also alone. Separated by a screen, the two men, who had reached the peak in their respective fields, were unusually silent. "What's the matter?" Wang Tianzong glanced at Li Huaqing and asked calmly. His tone was flat, but Li Huaqing was keenly aware that there was an extremely bad emotion brewing in Wang Tianzong's eyes. Li Huaqing narrowed his eyes and said blandly, "How much do you know about the situation in Reki City?" "I don't." Wang Tianzong responded straightforwardly. His tone was tough. "I've been in a bad mood these days." Has the situation changed? There seemed to be a rage brewing in Li Huaqing's heart, but it was hidden. In the history of Zhongzhou State in recent decades, he was indeed not a very strong president, but this did not mean that he was incompetent. He was the president of Zhongzhou State. Who in Zhongzhou State would be so casual when they saw him? Wang Tianzong. Only Wang Tianzong. The current situation hasn't changed much. Li Huaqing slowed down his tone. But if you keep silent, it's not necessarily the case. The Shadow Throne has entered Reki City. You know what that means. What does it mean? Wang Tianzong asked. He was sitting in the living room of the hotel. It was raining outside the window, and the sky was gloomy. There was no light in the living room. The dim light fell on him, and he looked a little gloomy. Your cooperation with Rothschild is not a secret. The Shadow Throne entered Wulan City in a high-profile manner, which is tantamount to announcing to the world that you don't support Marshal Li Tianlan's action in Wulan State. This is almost a public announcement of your disagreement with Tianlan. That's why the superpowers are so rampant after entering Reki City. Don't you understand this? Li Huaqing's face was serious and dignified. His question was extremely powerful, with heavy pressure, shaking the entire call screen. Wang Tianzong glanced at him. I don't get along with Li Tianlan? Are you comparing him with me? What makes him? Li Huaqing became completely serious and said, he is now the Marshal of Zhongzhou State Snowdance Corps. From this position, only he has public office and can represent Zhongzhou State in Eastern Europe. Why can't he compare with you? Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and nodded. It makes sense. But there are some things that don't need to be publicized. Even if I do something, the whole dark world knows that Li Tianlan and I do not get along. Li Huaqing frowned. At this time, you and Tianlan are both in Zhongzhou State, surrounded by enemies. Our internal conflicts can be solved by ourselves behind closed doors. We are outside, but we can't unite against foreign enemies. Tianzong, isn't this a joke? Li Huaqing said in a deep voice. Wang Tianzong was indifferent and said blandly, tell me about your arrangement. On behalf of Zhongzhou State, I now formally ask you to let the Shadow Throne leave Reki City immediately. This is the only requirement. Li Huaqing said in a deep voice. The Shadow Throne's high-profile entry into Reki City had caused a scene of demons dancing in Reki City. If the Shadow Throne left Reki City, it also meant that Wang Tianzong did not welcome the Shadow Throne. It was already very polite to send them out in advance. If the people who stayed here did not leave, they were likely to face the sword edge of listen to the sea. When the news came out, Li Huaqing had every reason to believe that most of the forces gathered in Wulan State at this time would leave in disgrace. Even if the remaining forces were superpowers, they would not dare to act in the open. Wang Tianzong said, let's talk about it later. Comrade Wang Tianzong, I'm not discussing with you. This is an order. Beihai is a part of Zhongzhou State. I am the president of Zhongzhou State. At the critical moment, I can order Beihai and you. Wulan State must return to stability. This is related to the interests of the entire Zhongzhou State in Eastern Europe. It is not a battlefield for you to settle your grievances. If Wulan State is lost, how will you come back? How did you get back? Wang Tianzong looked at Li Huaqing quietly. Li Huaqing's voice was very loud, piercing through the screen and causing a buzz. When all the voices stopped, Wang Tianzong said faintly, "Are you done? Don't you have anything to say?" Li Huaqing's tone was cold. "You're too noisy," Wang Tianzong said and hung up the communication directly. He stood up and looked out the window. The rain outside the window was messy and violent. The wind and rain howled, as if there was no end to it. Wang Tianzong's eyes were calm and focused, and he looked extremely focused. "If I let go, everything in the world will be gone," he muttered to himself, took a deep breath, and finally shook his head. There was a knock on the door. The door was pushed open. King Tong, who looked dignified and noble in a splendid dress, came in. She happened to see Wang Tianzong shaking his head slightly. She was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. "How many people from the Shadow Throne have arrived?" King Tong felt a little strange, but she still told the truth. "There are 20 experts above the Thundershocking realm, 2 of whom are in the half-step invincible realm, and 6 at the peak of the Thundershocking realm. The fire-flaming realm troops are still being mobilized. At present, there are more than 100 people." Wang Tianzong glanced at King Tong. In the chaos of Eastern Europe, the role of experts at the peak of the Thundershocking realm, and even a half-step invincible realm, was infinitely reduced. But Eastern Europe gathered the general trend of the entire Dark World. This was the battlefield of the invincible realm, the battlefield of the invincible realm on the divine list, and the battlefield of the peak of the invincible realm. It was even the battlefield of the chosen one. But how could the Dark World have a general trend at any time? Under normal circumstances, experts at the peak of the Thundershocking realm were already the power that could decide most of the situations in the Dark World. There were not many such people in any force. The Shadow Throne had mobilized so many people in such a short time. If they were the first to break the situation, the price that King Tong was going to pay for her comeback this time was indeed great. "What's your plan?" King Tong raised her eyebrows and asked. "I'm thinking that the elites of the Shadow Throne might go to the office of the president," Wang Tianzong said thoughtfully. King Tong's enchanting body shook. She looked up at Wang Tianzong and asked, "Are you crazy?" Wang Tianzong didn't say anything. King Tong's face was cloudy and uncertain. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Why?" The Shadow Throne entered Reki City in a strong and high-profile manner, so it attracted all the superpowers. Now the Shadow Throne was going to the office of the president. The first batch of more than 600 elites of the Snowdance Corps was stationed in the office of the president. The second batch of 2,000 elites was stationed near the office of the president. Li Tianlan was in a coma in the office of the president. The Shadow Throne going to the office of the president stimulated not only the nerves of the Snowdance Corps, but also the nerves of Zhongzhou State. Wang Tianzong didn't say anything. "What on earth do you want?" King Tong stared at Wang Tianzong's side face. Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and said slowly, "Pressure." "Pressure? Only enough pressure can make me break through. I want the situation to be completely out of control, and bring me enough pressure. Maybe that's the opportunity for me to break through," Wang Tianzong said softly. "If..." King Tong hesitated for a moment and finally couldn't help asking, "What if you don't succeed?" Once the situation was completely out of control, and Wang Tianzong didn't succeed in breaking through, it would mean that Zhongzhou State would lose Wulan State, and even the Arctic Ocean Command. The foundation of Zhongzhou State in Eastern Europe for more than 20 years would be completely destroyed, and the experts of Zhongzhou State would suffer heavy casualties. King Tong didn't dare to think about what the crime was. "Then let go." Wang Tianzong laughed. His smile was very relaxed, but King Tong clearly felt that something heavy was slowly emerging in his eyes, which almost suffocated her. "Let go? Let go of what?" "Actually, it's nothing. The current situation in Eastern Europe is a deadlock for me, but isn't it the same for other forces? It's just that I have a lot of choices. But at this point, Zhongzhou State is the only winner. For those forces, if they want to break the deadlock, they have to break the interests of Zhongzhou State. They have only one choice, and when they make this choice, they have to defeat me. So I simply make the situation completely chaotic," Wang Tianzong said with a smile. If the situation is out of control, people in the world will attack Zhongzhou state together. If the situation is not out of control, people in the world will attack the Wang family of Beihai together. If you were me, what would you choose? Do you want Zhongzhou state to bear the pressure with the Wang family of Beihai? King Tong asked. I'm the patriarch of the Wang family of Beihai, Wang Tianzong said. And I don't want Zhongzhou state to bear the pressure with me. It's just that I don't want to be divided with Zhongzhou state first. Zhongzhou state should stand with me and face the attack of the dark world at the same time. Li Tianlan did take down Wulan state. But so what? The most important thing is to get it and keep it. As soon as King Tong spoke, there was a sudden knock on the door. It was extremely urgent. Wang Tianzong glanced at the door and said calmly, "Come in." A figure that surprised him appeared at the door. He was the head of intelligence of the Wang family of Beihai, Xianming. The surprise in Wang Tianzong's eyes flashed away. What's the matter? Xianming's expression was solemn, but there was no inconceivable fear. He had seen the same thing twice. For him, it was not strange no matter how strange it was. He held a big bag in his hand and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, there is something here. You may want to have a look." Wang Tianzong nodded. "Give it to me." Xianming handed over the bag in his hand. Wang Tianzong opened the bag and pulled out an X-ray from it. "I've verified the X-ray. It's not forged. It's absolutely real." Xianming took a deep breath. "This thing suddenly appeared on my desk, and I don't know its origin." Wang Tianzong did not speak. He had been completely attracted by the contents of the X-ray. The X-ray was just a part of a person's body. It looked like a chest. But it didn't matter. What was important was the dense, star-like scratches that were illuminated by the light film. How familiar was this scene? Wang Tianzong looked at this scene quietly, and his eyes became a little dazed. He had seen the X-ray of Qin Weibai when she was a child. The dense sword marks in it represented a similar but different sword stroke, including all phenomena. They kept spreading, crazily destroying Qin Weibai's human body functions. On this X-ray, there was also a sword stroke. This sword stroke was completely different from the one Wang Tianzong had seen before. The one he had seen before was the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was all-encompassing. But now this sword stroke was absolutely condensed. All the sword qi gathered from all directions, bringing with it an unparalleled penetrative power as it charged straight for the opponent's heart. This sword stroke was the 24 moves of sword break of reincarnation. And this sword stroke was somewhat similar to the one he had seen before. There were 2 sword strokes. Looking at the distribution of the sword energy, it could hurt people without killing them. This was a sword stroke that no one could do. This kind of precise control could not be shown by any martial arts realm at present. The peak of the invincible realm could not be shown. The half-step chosen one could not do it. After Wang Tianzong broke through, he couldn't do it. The 2 sword strokes seemed to be from the hands of ghosts and gods. Wang Tianzong knew the 6 paths of reincarnation. He could be sure that no one in the Wang family of Beihai could do that. That sword stroke fell on Qin Weibai. The murderer definitely did not belong to the Wang family of Beihai. But what did this sword stroke mean now? Who did this sword stroke come from? Who did it fall on? The most important thing was the person who used this sword stroke still alive at that time? More importantly, if the person who used this sword stroke was still alive at that time, did he belong to the Li family? Chapter 471. Wang Tianzong thought a lot. However, he felt that his thoughts were not enough. Chaos often represents variables, represents confusion, and represents a lot of unexpected things. The situation in Eastern Europe could be said to be a big mess that the dark world had not seen in decades, or even nearly 100 years. When the unfathomable muddy water became black water that no one could see through, it was not surprising that anything would happen. In such an environment, it was not enough to think too much. Wang Tianzong stared at the films in front of him seriously. The films were real. This also meant that such an injury, and the sword that caused such an injury had indeed existed. It was very similar to the inexplicable 6 paths of reincarnation, that had been left on Qin Weibai. For the person who attacked to cause such injuries, it was clear that they were torturing him. What did this mean? I suddenly remembered something. Wang Tianzong suddenly said. Xianming's face was dignified. The origin of this film was completely inexplicable. It appeared directly on his desk without any psychological preparation. When Xianming set off, he had already told his subordinates that the entire Mount Dibbing was investigating the origin of this film. But now he had not received accurate news in Eastern Europe, which was enough to show that the person who sent this thing was extremely mysterious, and his means were extremely clever. The reason why he came to Eastern Europe as soon as he saw this film was that this film, combined with Qin Weibai's film, represented something. What Wang Tianzong wanted to say was exactly what he worried and even feared. King Tong glanced at Wang Tianzong and said nothing. She hadn't figured out what these things meant, so she didn't want to interrupt Wang Tianzong's thoughts. Wang Tianzong's fingers gently tapped on the film and said slowly, I also know the 24 moves of sword. Xianming paled for a moment. He kept silent. He knew exactly what that meant. In the past many years, in the era when the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai advanced and retreated together and dominated the Dark World, the martial arts of the Wang family of Beihai, the Lin clan, and the Li family were all interconnected. Wang Tianzong, Lin Fengting, Li Guangtu, and Summer Solstice once learned swordsmanship together. In Wang Tianzong's father's generation, the most outstanding people of the three families also learned swordsmanship together. Wang Tianzong knew the 24 moves of sword. This also meant that Li Guangtu also knew the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was not the point. The real point was that the friendship between the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai was severed in Wang Tianzong's generation. Then, in their previous generation, the heads of the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai also knew the 24 moves of sword and the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was to say, the 24 moves of sword imprinted on this optical film might have come from an expert of the Wang family of Beihai. The 6 paths of reincarnation, which he had used to kill Qin Weibai, might have come from the Li family. The purpose of these 2 swords was to kill. How could there be so many abnormal masters in the Dark World? Since there was a possibility that one of the top experts of the Li family and the Wang family of Beihai had 2 kinds of sword intent. In that case, could the 2 swords on the 2 holograms have been made by the same person? Wang Tianzong was sure that the man was not from the Wang family of Beihai. Then only the Li family, which had been close to the Wang family of Beihai, and the Lin clan, which had been in seclusion, had these 2 sword intents at the same time. What made people speechless was that the Lin clan was now on the same side as the Li family. At least from the standpoint of the Wang family of Beihai, looking at the 2 X-rays, it made no difference whether the expert behind the scenes was from the Lin clan or the Li family. Your Majesty, could it be Li Honghe? Xianming suddenly asked. Few people in the Dark World knew the 24 moves of sword. Few people in the Dark World knew the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were even fewer people who understood 2 types of sword intents and could cultivate them to the pinnacle. This man was not from Beihai. The old patriarch of the Lin clan had been dead for many years. Li Honghe was the most likely candidate. Wang Tianzong glanced at him and said expressionlessly, How dare you call Senior Li's name? Xianming wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he lowered his head and said nothing. I know your doubts, but you must remember that some people may be our enemies. But even if they are our enemies, we can't smear them at will. In many cases, even enemies need to be respected. Wang Tianzong said blandly, Senior Li will inevitably hesitate in his life, but his life is upright and above board. Let's not talk about this film for the time being. Let's talk about Qin Weibai. If these 2 swords were made by the same person, Qin Weibai was still young at that time. Do you think Senior Li will torture and kill a child? Ridiculous. If he is really upright and above board in his life, what is going on with the purgatory of heaven capital today? King Tong suddenly asked. Wang Tianzong was silent for a while and shook his head. Everyone has the right to survive and change the status quo. Senior Li can't be so bored as to torture and kill a child. King Tong stopped talking. Your Majesty, does Senior Li have any brothers or something like that? Xianming suddenly asked. How do I know? Wang Tianzong asked in reply. He thought for a moment and continued, as far as I know he doesn't. Play that film. Wang Tianzong suddenly said. Xianming nodded and made a phone call. In less than 5 minutes, the big screen in the living room lit up. On the other end of the phone was the reference room of the Wang family of Beihai. Several loyal archivists put the film in front of the screen, bowed and left. In front of Wang Tianzong was the 24 moves of sword of unknown origin. On the screen was the 6 paths of reincarnation that had been imprinted in every inch of Qin Weibai's bones and flesh. 2 films and 2 kinds of sword intents, like 2 storms, kept gathering and entangling in the depths of Wang Tianzong's mind. Wang Tianzong looked at them carefully for a long time. In the nervous eyes of King Tong and Xianming, he slowly closed his eyes. The Sword Emperor knew the 24 moves of sword. He also knew the 6 paths of reincarnation. 2 kinds of sword intents kept surging in his mind. They merged into one and then divided into 2. Sword light appeared in his mind. The sword light changed from fast to slow, and he simulated it repeatedly. After an unknown period of time, Wang Tianzong slowly opened his eyes. Do you think these 2 sword intents were made by one person or 2 people? Wang Tianzong suddenly asked. King Tong and Xianming looked at each other and thought. How could I know? I don't know either. Wang Tianzong said. I just simulated the strength of these 2 sword marks, he paused. That was what he was most confused about. Now he was only half a step away from the so-called chosen one. According to the sword marks left on the film, he could imagine the sword energy that could leave such sword marks and make people hurt but not die, so he could vaguely judge the realm of the other party. If these 2 sword marks were made by 2 people, the mysterious person who used the 24 moves of sword was undoubtedly weaker. His peak strength was probably at the peak of the invincible realm, and it was even possible for him to reach the peak. The other party's lethality was slightly weak, but his precise control made Wang Tianzong feel incredible. The sword stroke on Qin Weibai was really powerful, not to mention the exquisite control. Wang Tianzong thought that he was no worse than himself now in terms of the strength of the sword intent. And what made Wang Tianzong speechless was that now he looked at the sword intent that killed Qin Weibai, and repeatedly simulated it. Wang Tianzong increasingly felt that it was his own sword intent. The 6 paths of reincarnation was a unique skill. But the patriarch of each generation of the Wang family of Beihai had his own path. The 6 paths of reincarnation of each generation of the patriarch was different. The 6 paths of reincarnation on this film was slightly different from his own sword intent, but they were almost the same. Wang Tianzong felt that this sword stroke seemed to be made by himself. The point was that he had never done it. And he couldn't do it. Even after the breakthrough, he couldn't do it. Put it away. Wang Tianzong suddenly waved his hand. Xianming froze, turned off the screen on the wall, and looked at Wang Tianzong. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Wang Tianzong said. Xianming was silent. How could he not think about it? Whether these 2 films were of the same person or not, when this person was not from the Wang family of Beihai, he could be said to be an enemy. If the mysterious expert behind the scenes really came from the Li family, how terrifying was the Li family now? The remaining power of the Samsara Palace. The remaining power of the Li family. Sai City, Dongqing clan, and the mysterious expert behind the scenes. If the purgatory of heaven capital was counted. Your Majesty, Xianming couldn't help calling out. Wang Tianzong glanced at him. The opponent's lineup seems to be too strong. Xianming said in a low voice. Wang Tianzong pointed to the film on the table and said quietly, the person who sent this film to you also wants me to think so. Xianming was stunned for a moment. Obviously, the other party is reminding me that the Li family is too strong now. Wang Tianzong said indifferently, rather than saying that the other party is kind, it's better to say that the other party is forcing me to take action first. He wants me to break the game. Xianming was silent. And is a strong lineup necessarily invincible? Wang Tianzong said. I know Deity and Li Tianlan. Even if this expert's position is biased towards the Li family, so what? This is a good thing. Deity Li Tianlan, and that expert, I think these 3 people will think that the Li family belongs to them. So who does the Li family belong to? Xianming's eyes lit up. Before he could speak, the gradually dimming screen in front of him suddenly flickered. Wang Tianzong glanced at the screen and narrowed his eyes. White light flashed on the huge screen. The white light slowly flowed on the screen and finally stopped. An old man appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a white robe, holding a scepter and smiling calmly. Xianming's face suddenly changed. King Tong had already exclaimed, "The Pope!" Wang Tianzong looked at the screen with no expression. The Pope on the screen was bathed in the sun. The bright light of the Holy Land appeared on the screen, looking particularly warm. "Tianzong, you killed chaos. Shouldn't you give the Vatican an explanation?" The Pope looked at Wang Tianzong for a while, and suddenly laughed. His body moved slightly and he seemed to take a step forward. Xianming, whose face changed dramatically, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Just because the Pope took a step. This step was very small. But the Pope's body walked out of the screen in an instant, and stood directly in the living room. The extreme darkness slowly spread in the living room like the wind, covering Xianming's perception. Wang Tianzong lowered his head and picked up the film that Xianming had packed. He said calmly, "Don't play tricks on me. What explanation do you want?" Chapter 472. His Majesty sat in the bright moon tower and watched the lake for a whole day. The rain in linen stopped. The lonely boat on the West Lake was still floating. That touch of night had not changed at all. On the lonely boat was a saint who was about to break through. The night did not change, and there was no hope for Saint to break through. His Majesty knew that he would have one less threat in the chaos of Eastern Europe. But he was not happy at all. It had been 2 days since Wang Qinglei left. The X-ray had been in Eastern Europe for nearly a day, but there had been no change in Eastern Europe, and nothing that shocked the Dark World had happened. When the X-ray entered Eastern Europe, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, as if it did not cause the slightest ripple in Wang Tianzong's heart. His Majesty did not know what went wrong. He also did not know that Qin Weibai, who was meticulous, would also leave an X-ray of that year. But he knew Wang Tianzong's courage and the Sword Emperor's caution very well. No matter what the Dark World's evaluation of Wang Tianzong was, from an objective point of view, Wang Tianzong was worthy of the words great talent and bold vision in his life. Such a person seemed to be born to stand at the peak of ambition. As one of the most outstanding patriarchs of the Wang family of Beihai in hundreds of years, Wang Tianzong was very decisive. It had been a day since the X-ray was sent. At least Wang Tianzong should have received the information that there might be a super expert behind the Li family. Whether this information was misleading or not, at least with Wang Tianzong's limitations, he could not see any problem. But Wang Tianzong did not make a move. This probably meant that Wang Tianzong would not make a move. His Majesty stood up calmly. The air conditioning in the box was on high, and the light was dim. In the dim light, his eyes were still calm. Although there was no excitement, there was not the slightest frustration or loss. There was a small bottle on the expensive sandalwood table in the box. Inside the expensive crystal bottle were a few drops of extremely dazzling liquid. Next to the crystal bottle was a thick folder. His Majesty stood at the table, staring at the folder in front of him, and hesitated for a long time. He remembered Li Honghe's reaction when he saw the X-ray. He said that the Li family owed him. When saying this, Li Honghe held the X-ray and did not speak for a long time. He finally turned and left. And when he was about to leave, he threw the optical disc back to her. The Li family doesn't owe you anything, because no one in the Li family can do this. These were Li Honghe's original words. The Li family did not owe them anything. His Majesty suddenly sneered. "If you don't owe me, then who owes me?" His eyes were cold and tranquil, like a glacier. He didn't care what Li Honghe had said. All he cared about was the result. As a result, on the night Li Honghe left, he got a few drops of cardinal blood that were crucial to his recovery. If he got the cardinal blood, he would keep his promise to protect the Li family's secrets, because it was also in line with his interests. However, it seemed that it was time to throw the folder in front of him. His Majesty thought for a moment, took out his mobile phone and made a call. The video call's response was a little slow. After a full minute, the call was connected. The General of 9 Serenities in Zhongzhou State, Shang, codenamed White Tiger, picked up the phone. His aged face appeared on the small screen of the phone with a respectful expression. Your Majesty. His Majesty said. Wang Tianzong hasn't responded yet. No. Shang shook his head. I don't think he will do anything. His Majesty understood Wang Tianzong's decision. The whole dark world also understood Wang Tianzong's decision. His Majesty agreed with this statement. He nodded and said, It doesn't matter. The reason why Wang Tianzong didn't do anything is that some things are not important enough. Maybe he saw through your Majesty's mind. Shang said in a soft voice. Eastern Europe had now become a deadlock. Even if all the superpowers had entered Reki City, if there were no special reasons, there would be at most undercurrents surging in the city. Wulan State was now the place where all the superpowers confronted each other, and all the contradictions were concentrated here. But if there was no absolute certainty, no one would dare to take the lead to take action. Everyone would maintain restraint and reason. To put it bluntly, this was a deadlock. Wang Tianzong needed someone to break this deadlock and create opportunities. He needed an invincible realm expert to do all this. Because in such a situation, only the invincible realm expert on the divine list could break this deadlock, so that Wang Tianzong could see the opportunity. And His Majesty needed Wang Tianzong to break the deadlock. Because compared to the Wang family of Beihai and Wang Tianzong, he was far behind them in terms of background and personal strength. The farther the gap was, the more he naturally asked for. Wang Tianzong was now the strongest in the dark world. If he took action, it was impossible to overturn the whole dark world, but he could break the current deadlock and break it into pieces. What Wang Tianzong needed was a gap. And His Majesty needed countless gaps. The more gaps there were, the more he could do. So Shang felt that His Majesty's X-ray was not so wonderful. It was equivalent to reminding Wang Tianzong that there might be another hand behind the chaos in Eastern Europe, which would only make him more cautious. Wang Tianzong was not a fool who was brave but not astute. Which was more important, the power of the Li family or the threat posed by His Majesty, the hand behind the scenes? Wang Tianzong's current choice could tell. Wang Tianzong is not stupid. His Majesty said lightly. Shang looked at His Majesty and thought, Isn't this nonsense? Do you know how to deal with smart people? His Majesty laughed, and his voice was a little low. The best way is not to try to hide anything from him. If I send the X-ray over, I will tell him that after the chaos, I will also tell him that the Li family may be very strong now. It doesn't matter whether he believes it or not. It doesn't matter whether he does it or not. The most important thing is, His Majesty paused and said lightly, if I want him to take action, he must take action. So what if he is smart? So what if he is a half-step chosen one? Under the general trend, the real chosen one will have no choice but to be driven into a corner. So what if he is smart and sees through everything? When dealing with smart people, the most important thing to do is not to hide anything from him, but to give him a path where he has no choice. This was very reasonable. But Shang did not understand. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The General of Dead Spirits of Zhongzhou State could be said to be awe-inspiring. Shang, codenamed White Tiger, was the oldest and the most experienced of the 4 spirit generals. But in the mind of Zhongzhou State, the correct order of the 4 spirits was Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. The most experienced Black Tortoise was more important than the least experienced Black Tortoise. It was not a matter of strength. Shang's strength was definitely not bad. He could be said to be a top expert among the half-step invincible realm experts. In recent years, his weight was gradually surpassed by Vermilion Bird. In addition to his age, the biggest problem was that White Tiger was unwilling to use his brain. So Shang thought for a while, and did not come up with a specific result. He simply asked directly, What do you want me to do, Your Majesty? From now on, start all our intelligence systems in Eastern Europe, and entrust the intelligence agencies of several other superpowers to help me spread 2 pieces of information. His Majesty's fingers gently stroked the folder in front of him. His eyes were calm and indifferent. The master of Samsara Palace is not dead. And she is not even injured. Now she is hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity at any time, and even creating an opportunity. Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong destroyed the headquarters of Samsara Palace with a sword strike, but it hit nothing. Shang did not speak and listened quietly. The destruction of Samsara Palace was too sudden. Under Wang Tianzong's sword strike, the entire headquarters of Samsara Palace was destroyed. This matter was too abrupt. On the one hand, it could completely prove Wang Tianzong's peerless strength, but on the other hand, it made people feel strange. But because of the recognition of Wang Tianzong's strength, the dark world did not suspect anything. Second, there is more than one master of Samsara Palace in Samsara Palace. Military Counselor Saint is not the strongest super master of Samsara Palace. His Majesty continued. This news had been confirmed. At least a few days ago, when Jiang Qiansong fled, the invincible realm expert who interrupted the followers' communication with Jiang Qiansong was not the master of Samsara Palace. His Majesty would spread this news 3 times, but he would not provide evidence. Maybe some people did not believe it, but as long as one person believed it, there would be some changes in the whole chaos. You have 3 days to do all this. I will wait for your news in Zhongzhou State. His Majesty looked at Shang and said in a tough tone. Shang nodded. This was not a difficult task, so he answered without hesitation. Don't worry, Your Majesty. His Majesty smiled, looked down at the folder on the table, and said calmly, send a person who can be absolutely trusted to Linen. I have something here that can block all Wang Tianzong's retreat. Take it to Eastern Europe and find a way to send it to Wang Tianzong. Shang froze for a moment, then nodded. I'll arrange it right away. His Majesty did not speak again, and hung up the phone directly. Darkness returned to the private room. His Majesty sat on the sofa, closed his eyes and thought quietly. The chaos in Eastern Europe had now involved all his attention. Qin Weibai was undoubtedly his biggest opponent. But the Purgatory of Heaven capital, the Wang family of Beihai, and the Vatican were also not easy to deal with. In this situation, His Majesty felt like a child grabbing a piece of cake that everyone coveted in the middle of a group of strong men with knives. Now he did have a lot of chips. The 3 disciples represented 3 kinds of power. But except for Jifeng Sword Raining School, neither Shang nor Mellad could use their power unscrupulously. Moreover, he could use the power of the 3 disciples, but he also had to help the 3 disciples get what they wanted. Thinking about it carefully, there were really not many resources that could really let him squander unscrupulously. His Majesty sighed softly and suddenly thought of Jiang Qiansong and the Jiang family of South America. He really felt a little pity. If he could save Jiang Qiansong, the Jiang family of South America, which had lost 2 invincible realm experts, was badly injured, and had to withdraw from Eastern Europe in embarrassment, was bound to cooperate with him. A Jiang family of South America, even if it was badly injured, could play a much greater role. He would be able to play a much greater role than the 3 disciples combined. Given the current situation of the Jiang family of South America, what he needed to pay was much less. What a pity! His Majesty opened his eyes and suddenly wanted to know how Jiang Qiansong was doing now, and whether there was still a chance to reverse the position of the Jiang family of South America. He refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Qiansong's current situation was naturally not good. That night, he suddenly attacked but failed to kill Qin Weibai, which had already doomed him to be treated savagely. That night, the stars were lonely on the top of the mountain, and the moonlight was bright. Outside Reki City, which paid great attention to the environment, there was nothing to be picky about except that it was a little cold. The night breeze could be regarded as relaxing. Jiang Qiansong did not want to talk about cooperation with Qin Weibai in that Samsara palace. So Qin Weibai simply changed Jiang Qiansong's place. The disciples' judgment was actually wrong. Because Qin Weibai was not in the secret base of the Jiang family of South America. Shi Lin Fengting and Gong Sunqi returned to Mormon City together, with Jiang Qiansong, a super important captive. It was not the first time that Qin Weibai had done this kind of thing. So it was not the first time that the underground secret chamber in Mormon's Manor had received such a standard of prisoners. The secret chamber under the manor still shone with a cold metallic luster. In the house completely condensed by metal, Jiang Qiansong's whole body was tightly sucked to the high-strength magnet wall. The outside of this special house was metal, but the inside walls were all magnets. The huge suction came from every wall and ceiling in all directions, tearing Jiang Qiansong's body. Such a huge magnetic field was playing a role all the time. All signals had completely disappeared in this special cell, but the sound of the broadcast came in through a special device from the outside. This was a broadcast from all over the world, but it was all intercepted from the same clip. In all the clips, countless hosts were angrily rebuking what the Jiang family of South America had done in Wulon State in different tones, rebuking how cruel and ruthless he was in killing President Carlos. The news kept playing, and it was transmitted into Jiang Qiansong's ears over and over again. The huge magnetic field tore at his body desperately, and the constant repetition of the news ruthlessly destroyed his spirit. Jiang Qiansong endured all of this without saying a word. He thought that he had persevered very well, but even he did not know that his spirit had gradually weakened to the lowest point. Qin Weibai had been living in the secret chamber for a few days, observing Jiang Qiansong's mental state, not anxious or impatient. Flaming Fire, who was a little pale, stood beside Qin Weibai and quietly looked at a black instrument beside her. There were only a few buttons on the instrument, which were used to control the volume of the broadcast in that special cell. There were also radio channels. Flaming Fire had been staying here almost 24 hours a day these days. She would adjust the sound every hour and switch the channel at the same time. Sometimes the sound was very loud, and sometimes it was very low. There were various languages in the radio channels, including Chinese, English, French, and Latin. All the means had only one purpose, that was to torture Jiang Qiansong's spirit. Flaming Fire looked at her watch. It was 11:45 noon. She reached out and casually pressed a few buttons on the instrument. The sound in the cell began to amplify, and the different prophecies of various channels suddenly began to play irregularly. "That's it," Qin Weibai suddenly said. "You take a break." "I'm not tired." Flaming Fire shook her head gently. "Take a break." Qin Weibai repeated it again. Flaming Fire glanced at her and nodded, but she couldn't help saying, "Boss, I think it's almost done." "Not yet." Qin Weibai stared at Jiang Qiansong in the cell through the screen in front of her and said slowly, "Only when his spirit is the closest to collapse can I hypnotize him. The will of the invincible realm is not so easy to destroy. Their spiritual defense is no worse than that of martial arts. Boss, if your spiritual domain reaches the transcendent realm." Flaming Fire's eyes were a little fanatical. Even the Pope of the transcendent realm can't easily control an invincible realm expert. At most, he can protect himself, but it's difficult to affect the other's will. Flaming Fire said, "Oh, one more week, and it's almost done." Qin Weibai whispered, approached the microphone in front of her, and said calmly, "Mr. Jiang, can we talk now?" On the wall, Jiang Qiansong's body moved with difficulty. He was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Bitch." Qin Weibai was not angry at all. She just said blandly, "Then you continue to think about it." She reached out and snapped her fingers. This action was very straightforward, very heroic, but also a little charming and delicate. Jiang Qiansong opened his eyes with difficulty. A huge butterfly appeared in the cell in front of him. The butterfly was colorful, flapping its wings with difficulty in the huge magnetic field, and its posture looked extremely distorted. There were more and more butterflies dancing. The whole world began to spin in Jiang Qiansong's eyes with the wings of the butterfly. The world was spinning. Outside the cell, Qin Weibai stood up and reached out to turn off the instrument in front of Flaming Fire. The huge broadcast sound disappeared in an instant. The absolute noise turned into extreme silence in an instant. Everything around Jiang Qiansong was still spinning, as if it was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. In the absolute silence and dizziness, Jiang Qiansong finally couldn't help but struggle wildly. Qin Weibai and Flaming Fire walked out of the underground secret chamber. It was noon. While everyone was paying attention to the situation in Eastern Europe, a piece of news swept through the dark world without warning. The news came from South America. After the Great Change in Wulan State, the Jiang family of South America, which had been silent and allowed the outside world to condemn it, finally made a sound. The timing was extremely delicate. At this time, it had been nearly 6 days since the Great Change. Under the pressure of countless public opinions, the entire Jiang family of South America was divided up by the major forces. At this time, the Jiang family of South America made a sound. It was undoubtedly a choice to make a concession. After giving up a lot of benefits, it tentatively took a step forward. Jiang Guoqiu, the heir of the Jiang family of South America, personally faced the media and admitted everything that Jiang Qiansong had done in Wulan State. When the world was in an uproar, the young man in his 30s once again announced an even more shocking news. The family council of the Jiang family of South America elected Jiang Guoqiu as the new patriarch of the Jiang family of South America. Jiang Qiansong, the former patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, was permanently expelled from the Jiang family of South America and completely removed from the family tree. This ruthless and refusal completely severed the relationship between the Jiang family of South America and Jiang Qiansong. At the same time, it was equivalent to getting rid of those sins. And Jiang Guoqiu apologized to the people and high-level officials of Wulan State with an extremely sincere attitude. He expressed his willingness to give Wulan State enough compensation, whether it was in terms of economy or support. Such an apology could be said to be full of sincerity in a low-profile manner in front of the whole world. In order to express 120,000 points of sincerity, after the Jiang family of South America decided to expel Jiang Qiansong, the first thing the new patriarch did was to apologize. Not only the media apologized, it was also a face-to-face apology. Jiang Guoqiu, the new patriarch of the Jiang family of South America, wanted to come to Wulan State in person and apologize to Wulan State. This could almost be said to be the most murderous and ambitious apology in the dark world in recent decades. Everything seemed to be pointing to two words. The Jiang family was not convinced. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.